There we go. We are live. So Lindsay from Freedom Media, WA. I'm bringing you a stream and I'm about to cut over shortly. In my earpiece I have WA Parliament. Today the bill has been tabled for debate to repeal the 2021 amendments to the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. So I'm starting this stream to bring you those or that debate in Parliament. Of course, Tony Buddy some 2 months ago on the steps of Parliament when thousands of WA farmers turned up to protest against this bill. He said that the government has made a mistake. They didn't mean to cause harm, and they will be repealing this bill very, very soon. Of course, his definition of very, very soon has taken, there's what, 8 weeks, 9 weeks of water under the bridge in relation to that. And if those that follow the Honourable Nick Goren MLC will know that he has been quite vocal about the government in relation to this, that they appear to not be honouring the government's commitment to repeal this as a matter of urgency, which the government promised to the farmers on the day that 9 weeks ago. Of course, we went there and streamed. I'm just going to cut over to just show you happening in the background. So you should just have it on, just make sure that we've got some comments and audio coming through. And as soon as I hear that they're about to commence the bill, I will cut through to the image that you can see that way, I should say. There we go. Full screen. Very, very interesting debate just then, actually. They were talking about there's some amendments to the Workers' Compensation Act, and Ben Dawkins, who has only just recently joined the Parliament, who was a Labor candidate member, but he was stood down because he had some matters that he needed to deal with, some personal matters. But setting that aside, Ben Dawson then was actually advocating against the amendments that the Labor government was seeking to attend. Sorry if I'm looking down, I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's actually happening. And he was making quite a sound debate. He was calling on his experience as somebody who's worked in the legal area that has taken on individuals' cases for workers' compensation and also HR. He said just then in Parliament that he was a legal advisor for a HR department, and he hence knows all the little tricks and tips that insurance companies use to actually avoid paying a workers' compensation claim. So I'm just going to skip over to this one here just to make sure that I have got some audio coming through. No comments yet, but if it's always good to get a reassuring comment that the audio is good. I can hear the audio there. Now I have got Tony Buddy, what he was saying in on the day in Parliament. I might actually cut through to that, and then I can perhaps as soon as Parliament jumps over, I'll just bring you this here.
Shall pass to the right of the chairs. Members voting with the nose shall pass to the left of the chair. I appoint the Honourable Peter Foster, teller for the ayes, and the Honourable Ben Dawkins, teller for the noes.
Sorry, I said Ben Dawson, it's Ben Dawkins. A little soft on the audio from Michelle just there, so let me just try and pick up this little mic a little bit, and I'll just add a little bit of gain in relation to that. So hopefully that is a little bit more. Of course, there's no audio in Parliament at the moment because they're just voting. So on, as I said, the Workers' Compensation Bill, I've started this stream. It was tabled, of course, Parliament started today in the legislative of the council, and it started at 1 o'clock, but there's the formalities and everything. So I am just keeping an ear on what is happening, and as soon as
Members,
that happens...
the results of the division are ayes 29, noes 1. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Could you please resume your seats as quickly as possible? Thank you.
Okay, so, and hopefully we'll get an idea of what is happening in relation to Parliament. I expect, because of the amount of debate that you
As
would
quickly and quietly as possible, please, members.
anticipate on the
Workers'
repeal...
Compensation and Injury Management Bill 2023, third reading.
Okay, they're just going to do a third reading of this bill. There's not really any point bringing you that, so just bear with me. I apologise. It never ceases to amaze me when I start streams and things like that. I test everything, and then all of a sudden a couple of software updates come through, and if I can avoid doing it, I do. But in this case, there was one that I just couldn't avoid doing. And of course, now I've just got to have a few extra pieces of puzzles in front of me in order to switch this out. So thank you for just bearing with me there. Hopefully the audio is coming through a little better. Okay.
And in saying that, I will say that the opposition is supporting the bill, and notwithstanding that, we will be looking to seek to split the bill and refer the repeal component. What our preference would be to see the repeal component be dealt with forthwith, and there's something that people are in the community obviously expecting, and that the other component, the amendments, be referred to the Legislation Committee, but that will be laid out in due course. The other issue, just for the sake of transparency and for information, it will be on a supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in the new information provisions. For information, it will be on a supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in section, certainly. It will be on a supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly, also to look at some changes with respect to provisions in supplementary notice paper shortly. We've had a situation like that before. I don't think so. So it is an exceptional moment. I think it's an exceptional moment for a whole range of reasons. It's an exceptional moment because in the first instance, this has only occurred because of the will of the people. It gives me a great sense of encouragement for our democracy. I think it is a lesson, I think, for government. I think it's a lesson for government, and certainly I hope one that we won't hear of interjection or any sort of comment on, because I know even the Minister himself stood on the steps of Parliament and gave an apology to the people that were there, that were rallying at the steps of Parliament after the announcement, and so, you know, I give Minister Booty that credit. He did get up and apologise, but it does reflect, I suppose, on the deeper issues in relation to the progress of this bill and of this act, the current legislation, should I say, the one we're now repealing, and how we got to this circumstance in the first place. And I think it is worthy of some consideration and reflection, because it's important. Now, in 2021 and March 2021, we saw this government be returned to power with an extraordinary majority, an extraordinary mandate, you could say, in relation to the COVID response. That was the issue. But what we saw was in December of 2021, we saw this government use urgent bill provisions to put in place a piece of legislation that, from my recollection, was in the order of 270-odd pages long and had 100 amendments, from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, and done so in the first from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, and done so in the first from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, and done so in the first from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulate and had 100 amendments, done so from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, done so from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, done so from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, done so from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, done so from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, done so from recollection, over 100 amendments made of the original exposure draft that had been circulated and had 100 amendments, done so from recollection. Because of that inability to, again, consider, which was a motion moved by the opposition to refer that to that unused legislation committee, a committee which hasn't done any work yet as far as I'm aware, refer that bill to that committee for detailed consideration, that was rejected. So one would hope that there would be some reflection, and I think it deserves to be said at this point in time, that the only reason we're here is because that process, I believe, was curtailed in such a way that meant that that bill went through without real serious consideration. And then the period of time before that, and then the outlining of those regulations, which then we saw, it took over a year for those regulations to be released. And I think it was, from recollection, it was about the 15th of April this year when the regulations were put forward. Now, what happened at that point in time, I think we've seen a big change in Western Australia. We saw in December, we were still under the COVID emergency. We still had the necessary border controls in place. There was some debate about how they should be opened up. So we were still in that mindset, but that was in December 21. But in 23, in April 23, I think you could say the degree of normality has returned to Western Australia, and that people began to reflect on things in a more broader sense, and particularly reflect when the obligations began to be laid out in the regulations, when people began to be aware of their obligations under the new legislation, and particularly the prescriptive nature of those regulations, and particularly due to the very tight scope of some of the thresholds. Now, I spoke to my best ability when the bill came through, along with my colleagues. We spoke to our best ability, and our official position was not oppose the bill. We stood with the government when there was a division, as we do in the normal context of protocol in this place, and because we weren't going to get in the government's way. And there were some elements within that this legislation, which we are now repealing, and there's some elements in it which are very, very useful and very important. And, you know, we have effectively bungled the whole process. The government has bungled this process, and the government has to some extent taken ownership, and I hope that we have a reflection of that from the other side in the debate that we are about to have, because it has been nothing short of bungling it, because we had an extraordinary length of time for the development of that legislation, the creation of it, then the development of the regulations, and then as soon as that became apparent to the community, we began to get concerns raised. And it was those concerns that were being raised in those forums, in particular, those forums that were being held by the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage, and when people became aware that there was this incredible level of anxiety that began to become obvious in the community. And of course, it was in early June when I supported the PGA and President Tony Seabrook and his petition that was presented before this place as a facilitating member. And the request at that point, the narrative was sort of building, I suppose, about what does this mean, and the concerns and anxiety. And I know, and you probably all know and heard from your people in your regions and your electorates about some of the anxiety that people were having about what this meant for their livelihoods, for their land, for the ongoing activity, the economic activity across the state, which, by the way, was being compounded by some extraordinary behaviours, ones which were presented in the news, and we saw that on the West Australian, some extraordinary behaviours. We saw the, you know, terrible situations where, you know, volunteers had lined up in Geraldton, for example, to plant trees, then had to go home. I know that my colleague, the Honourable Melissa Price, MP from the member for Durack, was there, I think, in her gumboots, ready to do some tree planting herself, and had to go home. And there was a great deal of anxiety and concern about why is it that we are now having to stop doing this activity. Now the government came out and said, oh, that person didn't have authority to do that. But the problem was the structures had been put in place in which gave the impression to the general community that maybe that person did. And there was certainly some concern and anxiety around the risks to a small community group about if they didn't cancel that event, what the implications might be. And so we saw that occur, and then we continued to see. We saw, I think, the town of Claremont, there was some issues around some remediation of trees. We saw that extraordinary behaviour by Mr David Collard, who subsequently lost his job because coming to a community event in Canning, the Canning River, should I say, where there was going to be some remediation. You know, people, well-meaning people, doing things which, in any assessment, could only be considered to be a positive thing for our environment, could only be seen as a positive thing for our community, and only a positive thing, dare I say, for cultural heritage. I mean, planting trees on the river and restoring degraded land. And so, you know, the government needs to reflect on that and why that occurred. And it's, you don't get to that position from where you were in March 2021. The government doesn't get to that position in March 2021 to the position that it was then in late June, should I say, this year, when suddenly we saw a poll, a nutting poll, come out that showed the Liberal National Alliance potentially ahead of the government. Now, you know, we could argue about the veracity of that poll. We could argue, but you know what? It's the best indication it was there. And the problem for the government, I think the government suddenly saw that there was this issue of concern that was so deep-seated in the community. It had completely misread the mood of the community and completely misread the expectations of the community in relation to how our legislation should be framed. So we saw then, of course, after 5 weeks, and this wasn't after some, some unsavoury things that were outlined, and I'm hoping, we sound today as a very respectful, I'm sure, discussion in relation to this because we're getting to a pointy end, but, there was some very unsavoury comments. I think, there was that motion that we moved on the 21st of June, after tabling that petition, which, the House, we sought to share the extraordinary level of concern expressed by the community about how unprepared the state was in implementation of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act and regulations, with a record number of signatures on an electronic petition in a very short time frame. We also noted the expression of anxiety and concern of landowners and small medium businesses sector, including pastoralists, graziers, farmers and other contractors or individuals.
So I'll just jump in there and talk about what Neil Thompson there is talking about is the petition of some 30,000 plus signatories. But in addition to that, that particular motion, he tabled a motion, or Shane Love tabled that motion at the particular time, asking for the government to press pause on the implementation, the July 1 implementation of this Act. Of course, the government said categorically, no, they are ready to go. And that's, of course, when you've got the comments, the quite repulsive comments from the Premier Roger Cook talking about, dog vomit and so on and so forth.
Regulations for at least 6 months to alleviate the anxiety of the community, reduce the risk of business disruption, establishing functioning tested systems, ensure the laxes are properly resourced and functioning, and provide better advice to all parties that were affected, including residential landowners, blocks greater than 1,100 square metres. Now, I think, in hindsight, we probably should have just said scrap the Act. That's what we should have said. But I think the pressure from the community, and I think that's the key point, the pressure from the community drove this, and that's the part I certainly want to acknowledge the community on their involvement in this and all those who participated in this process in a positive way. Now, where does that leave a whole range of stakeholders? There's also the sad aspect of all this is that there are other stakeholders whose expectations, namely some of those Aboriginal groups that have put together laxes, their expectations would have been not met. Notwithstanding some of the comments from the Aboriginal sector, if you could call it that, some of those people who represent different Aboriginal groups across our region who expressed concern, and expressed concern to me well in advance of this matter. Some of them off the record, some didn't want to go on the record for fear of being labelled, the racist, which we saw those appalling shows of quite appalling behaviour from members in the other place in particular, and yelling across the chamber, and that obviously got that was put in the that was ended up in the media, and I think that member in particular, the one that was caught on camera doing that, probably has reflected upon that behaviour subsequently. But it does cut to a bit of a point which I'd like to make in relation to all of this, because there's been a fair bit of conflation in relation to the voice now on this issue. Now, I personally have not tried to conflate that issue. I have not gone out of my way and campaigned about the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act as being an issue of the voice. Now, I'm not saying some of my, those people out there that I know, some people have mentioned how it's had an impact. There has been that discussion. And some of that reflection, I think, to a certain extent, to maybe a marginal extent, is accurate to some of that in terms of that. But I think there is a point of reflection that probably needs to be made, and we will see next weekend as to how this issue of the voice goes down in respect of the referendum, which I trust the Australian people the Australian people will be making a decision on that. But I think it's important to reflect again, only insofar as that we, as the legislators in this place, should reflect upon the legislation we bring into this place, particularly where there's a driver that is probably more of an ideological driver than a sort of an assessing and sort of one that sort of stands back and just looks at the black letter law. Now, this is one of the challenges we have to balance in this place. We have to look, and ultimately we create laws in order, as I understand all lawyers are trained in, when they go and do their training, in order to avoid mischief. In order to avoid mischief, that's what I believe. I'm not a trained lawyer, but I believe that's something that people are told when they enter a first-year law school at university, that laws are predominantly put in place in order to deal with some mischief in society. And I think having a clear set of laws, ones which the community understands, ones which the community can adhere to, ones which aren't going to result in some prosecution which is a surprise to everybody. I think those things that's important, that we actually produce in this place laws which the judiciary can then effectively manage and make a judgment on, and I guess deal with those mischiefs that might occur in society where people have a view that certain things we as representatives of our community have a view to protect. Now, I think that's where there's probably some comparison in relation to the concerns in the community about this law which we are repealing, and the concerns in relation to the voice, because there's some uncertainty about what it means. There's uncertainty in relation to the voice about what it means for our very robust and thoughtful constitution, which has served us very well for over 100 years, and laws, the concerns that were demonstrated by the anxiety in the community about how this law might be applied, and particularly some of the aspects in relation to the uncertainty, for example, the onus in relation to due diligence, for example, the requirements, and making those assessments, because people didn't know how to make those assessments, and there was a huge expectation being put onto the community, which was probably unfair, and I think still warrants some consideration after this repeal goes through. And on that point, I just want to reiterate, for the sake of Hansard, that the Liberal Party is committed to reviewing the 72 Act when we get into government in 2025. We're going to review it if we get into government, if the people so choose. But the Liberal Party will review it, because we need to have more clarity. The 72 Act, when it was drafted, it was never anticipated for the scope of sites and consideration. We've had changing definitions, particularly in relation to mythological sites. It's something that I think there needs to be some separation in relation to the punitive aspects of the 72 Act, which we're about to go back to, and even increase in terms of the fines and penalties. We have to have more clarity, because when the 72 Act was put in place, there was a handful of sites and they have accumulated over time. But what's happened is there's been, for example, the Swan Valley is almost all a site. The Gascoyne floodplain. The Gascoyne floodplain is almost all a site. And much of many areas of the hills are a site. We even have a situation in 2J where a gentleman has been charged and is still yet to face court in relation to an ephemeral stream through his property, where he was traversing that stream over a period of time and built some sort of crossing in that place. That my understanding is that site was added, that tributaries of the Swan Valley were added in 2020 by the ACMC. Now, The issue is that there's an issue there that must be considered as about the proliferation sites and the notification. And to the Chair, I'll just make this point. You know, those who might make comments about this matter being before the courts, I'm not commenting on the warrant of it. But what I am saying to the Chair, what I am saying is that the issue there is that comes back to this point. What's the expectation on our community to know and have information at their disposal? What understanding should they have? Now, in a broader sense, that would be easy for people to understand, you know, a landscape changing and altering piece of work on the Swan River. But what happens is that...
Of course, just jump in a little bit there. The expectation of what people would expect in the community about information is that that information from the Parliament of Western Australia should be made available to West Australian people.
A flawed law. We're going back to the 72 Act, one that I think requires amendment beyond the scope of the amendments being put here, and I'll talk about the amendments being put here shortly. I'll make some comment about those amendments. But we need to make our laws governable. We need to make them respectful for all parties in our community. And the last thing we should be trying to do is have people fronting the courts when maybe, and without reflecting on the specific case, where maybe that person hasn't done anything by intent or was seeking to create any mischief at all. That person might be perfectly intentioned. Now, the aspect in relation, I would make one comment about that, because if it weren't for the statute of limitations, and I think it's a very important point, if it weren't for the statute of limitations, which I've asked about, and we've had some back and forth through question time around how that works, but if it weren't for the statute of limitations on the Aboriginal Heritage Act, my contention would be that I would suggest that there would be something in the order of 50,000 landowners who might currently be before the courts. Who knows? Could be 100,000. Because anyone who understands the goings-on, and I think this comes back to the message that the government should take on board. Just look around your communities. Just go and sit down at the pub at Mount Helena and have a look at the beer garden and have a look at it. Go down the road, just a little bit down the road, and have a think about what these places look and the landscape modification that has been there right through the period since 1972, and never have those people had to seek a Section 18. Never have they either been compelled to or have they been advised to. But the reality is that we are going back to a law, and it depends on the administration by this new committee, which is effectively the old Aboriginal Cultural Materials Committee with a new composition. It's going to come down to how that committee administers the law, because this law has a lot of soft edges to it. It's it lacks distinction, and that was a challenge I think where we had with this Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act that we're repealing. It was an attempt by incredible prescription in such a way to prescribe and everything down to 50 centimetres of digging through to, so many 20 kilograms of soil. It was by that incredible prescription, which was its flaw, that it thought it could define every activity on the land. We have to step back and ask ourselves whether there is the right governance structure that actually sits over it. Right now, we're going back to after this bill was completed and passed, we're going back to a law where there's a single committee, effectively a committee, an arm of government, which, by the way, I was heartily condemned by the members of the government when I suggested that that might have been something worthwhile. I didn't say it was necessarily the ideal model, but it was. I can't remember the exact words, but there's the condemnation and the challenge to silence any kind of thoughtful debate around the black and white letter law and its workability. I think that's the message that needs to be had here. The message that needs to be had here, because when there's this air of partisanship on these matters, and they've come back to that comparison with the voice, and as I said, I don't want to conflate the two, but I just want to make sure people understand the air of partisanship on such an important issue about, in the case of Aboriginal disadvantage, on such an important issue, in the case of Aboriginal culture and heritage, if it's not worked out in a sort of a dispassionate way, where people come together and actually provide that dispassionate advice without the name calling and without the sense of fear. That was the thing that really came through, was the sense of fear about we'd be outed. How many times I could say that I spoke to people and saying, well, you know, they had a situation where something was untenable for them, something where they were really worried and anxious about the impact on their livelihoods, and you know, particularly when we talk about the prospecting industry. We know those 50 tribute agreement holders that got kicked off their prospects, you know, the fear. But then you say, would you be prepared to go on the public record and talk to the media about it? And they say, oh, I just don't want to, because that would create, I don't know the implications. There might be a case of some sort of payback for me. That's really bad. That's not a good way to go forward as a community. If we have kind of fear like that in our community about the implications of speaking up about their personal circumstance and the impact of a law that we in this place create, and that might have a negative consequence, an unintended consequence that we hadn't thought through. And that's why we must have those committees look at those unintended consequences. So that's those two issues that are raised about comparison. The other area which I think, and I expect, you know, we expect if the polls are right, the voice will be defeated. The voice will be defeated on the weekend. Now that could be wrong, and my position is, I've been clear, I'll be saying no, voting no myself, but I'm one of 17 million, and there'll be 17 million voters out there making a decision, and I'll respect the decision of the Australian community. I trust the Australian community in relation to that matter. But I expect it given by the polls, and I don't expect it not to, but those same issues are there. The concern about the imbalance of power, that was an issue with this current Act that we're repealing, the imbalance of power, because there was a certain level of fear about how capricious.
So I'll just say in relation, I guess what Neil Thompson's talking about there is that it was very clear that there was absolutely no debate in the WA Parliament, and despite the WA opposition not having the numbers, they still weren't able to debate the issue. And that was something that then Premier Mark McGowan, and it's followed on by now Premier Roger Cook, used the numbers to just absolutely ram this bill through Parliament. Now, there's been a number of bills that have come through of late where the government have done exactly that. That's the point that he's trying to make, I guess, in a roundabout way, but in his parliamentarian way. And of course, I mean, it's been well, and I've listened to many hours of this debate previously when it was coming up. And, well, I shouldn't say listen to many hours, because there wasn't that many hours. It was very limited. But what was very clear is that it was on the Hansard record that the government gave the opposition about 2 hours to go through a massive, massive document in relation to this. So that's really what he's trying to highlight there. And they had those committee type processes had taken place. And you can also say he was starting to refer to the voice as well. And that's exactly what happened with the voice. Ordinarily, if you look at the 1999 referendum, which was a 2-question referendum, it considered a preamble for the voice. There was a joint parliamentary committee in relation to the referendum leading up to that. That went for months where both the government of the day, which the 1999 was a federal Liberal government under then Prime Minister John Howard, and opposition, I'm thinking at the time, it might have been Rudd or Gillard. It was changing quite quickly. But there has been 2 weeks of consultation in relation to The Voice, and that was a joint select committee by cherry-picked 3 panel members, including the Attorney General, who, I mean, it was a fait accompli. The decision was already made in relation to that. They were going ahead with a referendum anyway, and of course the government has rolled out the constitutional experts that have given them the answer that the government wants on the day. So when you lack the debate, then you really lack democracy to take effect, is essentially how I see this.
Our Westminster system is actually very powerful. It's evolved over many hundred years, and it's something that I'm very proud of, and I think we should all be proud of. And that again comes back to the issue of why there's people in the community, and a large number by it apparently, who want to protect our system of government and who are quite defensive of any change to our constitution, quite defensive of it because they know that it is so successful. It's not perfect, and it's certainly not perfect in relation to Aboriginal disadvantage, and that is the key thing that we all should be working together. It's something that I'm committed to working on, and it's something that, as a representative for people in a region where there are a high number of Aboriginal people, I will speak. I will continue to speak on behalf of my constituents, both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal. Again, not as some members in this place, and I've had it said in this place that I can't speak for Aboriginal people. That I find quite offensive, but I will speak and I will not resolve from that because just like that theme, which I think was a very noble theme on the Reconciliation Australia put forward, was that we should all be a voice for the generations. All of us. None of us have an excuse. We all should be a voice for the generations because we all believe in reconciliation. Now, in saying that, I know that there's elements that maybe have picked up both in The Voice and even on this issue. We saw those counter-protests, those non-official protests, both on The Voice, where we see those horrendous, racist displays. That recent rally, and I'm very, very ashamed that my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Brian Walker, actually attended that rally and spoke. I think that was a great shame, because we saw those people in there, and I won't explain, but you all saw them in the paper with the the garments they were wearing, the things that they had on that, and the disgraceful displays. So that is one of the things I think again, this messaging, I think, for the government's benefit, and I hope for all of our benefit as we learn, that we must, and the Prime Minister, I hope, takes this lesson.
Well, I guess, I will jump in and just add some commentary there to what Neil Thompson is saying. So the only thing that I can really think of there, Dr. Brian Walker spoke in what he just described as the unofficial no campaign rally in Forest Place. I didn't cover that. We covered beforehand. We weren't really set up to cover the rally at all, but we just went in at last minute and covered that. So I can't really comment on what he said and what clothing that has been referred to, but I can certainly say that on events, even if you look at the formal no campaign rally, which was last Monday at the Convention Centre in Perth with Federal Senator Jacinta Price and Warren Mundine speaking about there is a stream that I've done talking about the Yes campaigners outside. And I do find it a little bit disappointing that there is no reference that he's pointing out the disgraceful behaviour, conduct, and some of the clothing and that they were wearing, that was quite, you know, if there was any racist and comments about being a fascist, it was coming from the Yes campaigners who were in attendance to the official No campaigners. So I do personally, having heard that, I do take some umbrage with that. I think he's cherry picking from the particular issue. Of course, 100% support against what he is seeking to achieve in relation to this debate. But I think, nonetheless, it still reflects that there has been a rise in people disenfranchised with politics, and I've seen the comments coming through here that people are saying they're sick of the two major parties, and perhaps this is a reason why, when the action that really is in line with the government narrative is not called out. It's just simply not called out, and I'm talking about the Yes campaigners here, because it could be political suicide or whatever reason, I'm not sure.
We just didn't. The day that the Premier made that decision, could have walked into this place with a repeal bill straight away and dealt with, and that would have helped us from an investment point of view, because there would have been clarity and sovereign risk factors would have been dealt with. Then, you know, if I were the minister, that's what I would have been recommending, and saying, just do it, and then let's work on a plan to bring about, to go back to the drawing board and take out the elements within the 2021 Act that were useful, the ones that didn't frighten people, the ones that were clear, the ones that did the right thing, and then put those into an amendment bill for the 72 Act. So that's actually what should have happened, but instead we sort of, you know, almost this desperation of what do we do next, and we can't be seen to be just going backwards completely. We've got to come up with this sort of new thing, and, you know, oh, maybe we can pick on the opposition for holding it up or something, because we had those comments being made by, I think it was the Honourable Rita Saffioti made those comments in the House that we were holding it up somehow, which, you know, is just simply untrue. But so the average punter out there, the average person, the tradie, the horse farm owner, those people that own property in Cassia Rose seat up there in the hills, and Rita Saffioti's seat, and down and in the seat of Murray Wellington. Yeah, those. Oh, sorry, not my bad.
So his point there, he is correct, and having gone back through the stream that we did on the steps of Parliament there, Tony Budi was very clear that he's the minister responsible for this particular act, the Aboriginal Affairs Minister here in Western Australia, and he said that we very, very shortly will be repealing this act. We've heard and listened to West Australian people, and there's been nothing but delays. Even to get it to this point, the opposition, to be fair, have been pushing to have this bill repealed very quickly, and they have been met with opposition, with Roger Cook dragging his feet on this matter.
On this thing for so long, you know, Ben White, is he the Honourable? I think he is still the Honourable Ben White. I think he is. He spoke on. He's absolutely the Honourable Dr. Steve Thomas, but he was on Nadia Mitsopoulos' show out there spruiking this act in June, when it all looked like it was going pear-shaped, and I don't know whether he got a call from his Labor colleagues or not to go and try to, you know, shore it up a bit. But anyhow, he was out there talking about all the positive things in it, talking about some of the concerns which he agreed with, but also suggested that, you know, effectively they were overplayed, and so we had this sort of process of people out there talking about this, and the time, you know, it was 2017, the commitment to make this change. So we had a whole term of Labor which nothing was brought forward, but in 2021 suddenly it was urgent. So urgent that it had to be rushed into a few days through. So there was something going on. But now we have these incremental changes which, are probably sensible to a large degree, and we'll go through those in committee as a whole. There'll be some debate about those because, whilst we're supporting them, there's some elements which I'm not particularly enamoured with. But, one of them was the Section 18 process, that permit to effectively destroy Aboriginal heritage, which is, a reality of our society. We live in 2023, and we have since settlement in this place. We have effectively, as a community, as a society, as West Australians, been slowly eroding some of those elements of Aboriginal heritage, because if Aboriginal heritage is a landscape, we necessarily do so by building roads and bridges and farming and all those things that go on. And I asked in this place, where isn't a site? And no one could give me an answer. They can't answer that because the whole of Western Australia could be considered an Aboriginal site under some people's interpretations. But we have this process, right, Section 18, where there might be new information and we should be able to deal with that. And of course, the Juukan Gorge, which was the poster child of issues of need for reform, that event which created so much concern, the destruction of the Juukan Gorge and the excuses given by the government, and the fact that the Honourable Ben White, who was the minister at the time, sitting in the chair, the claim by the government that they couldn't do anything about it because that Section 18 was the approval and it couldn't be revoked. And I've said on multiple occasions, well, given that the minister's office, because we saw the Honourable Stephen Dawson admit in this place and say that the minister's office did actually know about that imminent destruction before it occurred. Before it occurred. That advice was given maybe a day or two before it occurred. And even on the Hansard and debate on this bill, when I asked in committee as to whether the minister knew, he said I should ask the Honourable Ben Wyatt. So I wasn't able to say whether the minister knew, but the fact is, the reality is we all know, and as someone with some experience and has spoken to those people with experience in the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, that if that had have occurred previously, somebody would have picked up the phone and rung the CEO of Rio Tinto and said, hey, look, this is not a good idea, you shouldn't do this. And the words I had from a certain former officer in that place said, I would have picked up the phone and rang Sam Walsh, and now Sam Walsh is gone, and said, don't do this. And Sam Walsh would have said, no, I won't. I won't. And the order would have been sent down the chain. But who knows what happened. So what I'm saying, we're going to do that by legislation. So the administration, we blew up the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, got rid of that, didn't replace it with the Office of the Aboriginal Advocate, didn't replace it as promised. We blew that place up, we sent officers, including myself, got the golden handshake and told, after 26 years or 28 years of public service, off you go. That's effectively what happened. And so we blew that up, that joint up, and then what happened was Rio Tinto blew up the gorge. And this excuse, this lame excuse, which we're now going to do with black letter law, and we yet see again, which the Honourable Ben White, who sits on that board, that maybe Rio Tinto's still up to the old tricks. Who knows? Where that will come out further in due course. But the issue is that was the whole, how many times was that used in this place by the government as to the justification to bring in this massively prescriptive law that was going to suddenly wrap up and deal with tens of thousands of applications when we know that the number of Section 18s that have been approved on an annual basis were probably only in the order of 50 or 60 or 70 a year, or maybe fewer than that, And so we suddenly have this incredible expansion. What I described on Belinda Verisketti's show on the ABC I believe it was in November 2021, as a completely new regulatory arrangement, that was going to impact on the farming community. And in fact, we saw that, we saw the denials. We saw the denials because this is from Hansard on the 9th of December by the Honourable Stephen Dawson. The claims by Mr Neil Thompson that the new regulatory system will be imposed on landowners is not correct. I would like to address the concerns raised and the impacts of processes in the bill will have on all landowners in lots larger than 1,100 square metres. And it says the 1972 Act is silent on lot sizes. Under the 72 Act, any activity on any parcel of land that when undertaken alters, damages or destroys or conceals an Aboriginal site is an offence. That's what we're going back to, folks. See, the reason why 72 Act worked for a while because of the administration of that Act. Because there wasn't the proliferation of sites, there was a management of the site, and then there was this Aboriginal Cultural Materials Committee, which effectively operated as a gatekeeper. It operated as a gatekeeper and it managed to keep out of scope all of those other activities which ended up at the doors of Parliament here when we had the discussion, when we had the petition, when we had the 5-acre lot up in the hills, when we had people just go and look on Google Maps. If anyone hasn't driven up into the hills recently, go and have a look at every creek and tributary up there with a culvert over it. Now, apparently, this government says that has to have a Section 18. And I've been criticised. I got criticised and told it was beneath me by the Leader of the House in relation to a very sensible question in relation to someone building a sandcastle on a beach. Because there was such a lack of clarity around it. But apparently if you take that application, what we are now going back to, if, and I don't believe this is the case, if it was applied in such a ridiculous way that even that would need a Section 18 approval. That's how ridiculous it could be. So my message to this committee, it's in the hands of the committee and in the hands of the Minister, not in the hands of a whole bunch of groups that are going to be necessarily needing to raise money in order to pay for their operations, but it's going to go back to the hands of a committee and the hands of the Minister, and it's going to provide the level of protection that the community as a whole expects. The community as a whole expects. Yes, we could improve a whole range of things in terms of the consultation directly with Aboriginal people. Yes, we can improve the accuracy of the register. Yes, we can improve that. We can improve the information that's provided to the public about where cultural heritage is, and not just where cultural heritage is, but where cultural heritage is which would be harmed in a material way through the excavation of land or changing of landscapes. That is the issue, because people want to know. And if I go back to my point, it should not be the case that someone ripping some trees out of their orchard on the Gascoyne floodplain should be seeking a Section 18. Should not be the case. Neither should have they had to seek a Tier 2 permit, because that was, in my view, unnecessary. And I challenge anyone to have that argument, because I don't believe, if you just take it in terms of in this democracy, this liberal democracy in which we live, in this state we live, that is not the predominant view of the general community. And I think that is something we must come back to, because ultimately we still live in a democracy where the people's views count, and this government has to stand accountable to the will of the people at every 4 years of an election. So it was claimed that I was saying things that weren't true, but we saw that in actually what was happening was this Act, which we're now repealing, which has had the apology of the Minister, is so bad, is so bungled, that this regulatory system, this architecture, simply is not sufficiently applicable across our society to provide the comfort that people need. So we're changing Section 18 in relation to We're not changing in relation to some of those thresholds which people talked about and what mentioned, which we should. And maybe there should be some clarity put on there, and that's disappointing. If we're going to amend things, maybe there should have been done. That's why I'm saying we should have gone through a longer process in terms of the amendment process. And some clarity between tangible and intangible heritage in terms of some of the penalties. We should be changing that as well. Not putting people into jail because they accidentally impacted on intangible heritage, which they may not have any ability to ascertain. But we are providing this capacity in order to deal with the Duke and Gorge situation of new information, and that's where we'll be seeking some materiality clause in an amendment. We're also providing the capacity to transfer these Section 18s as people move about, changing their land ownership situation, and we're more widely defining ownership in terms of what that means.
It is a difficult one. I can see your comments coming through, and I guess in following this bill and a number of other bills, this is how I kind of spend some of my day, so I guess I'm kind of used to what the comments are saying is dribble, and then he has gone on long enough. The only thing I would say, not in defence, just perhaps in explanation, is unfortunately this is how the Parliament works. He gets a particular amount of time that he, as the main petitioner, to repeal this act, and he's using every last second of the time that's allocated to him. Now, is he making a strong debate and argument? You're hearing what he's saying, and you, the people, I guess, are in a position to rightly so, because he has said he represents his constituents, that he can be judged by his comments that he makes. We will hear from Labor on this, and that's really what is of more particular interest to myself, and perhaps that's would be what you're looking for as well. And that is one of the reasons why I am streaming this particular one. Now, whether we will get to hear from other people, the likes of Shane Love, or for the Honourable Nick Goren, for example, I think you will find that he will be really attacking, if Nick Goren was to rise and speak in this motion, because of his background, because of his expertise, he'll really be attacking the government on the legal aspect of it, and that I think will be quite interesting to hear. So I am listening to him going in the background at the same time. Rather than continue on with this, I'll just perhaps make this a little bit more interactive. So Nobby's question there on YouTube saying, is he a unionist? My understanding is no, he's not. He has, as he mentioned here, he was a public servant for a considerable amount of time, speaking in the area of Aboriginal affairs, and that department, he was told they walked in and just shut the whole department down, going back to, I think he said 2017, could be wrong with that. So not a union background in terms of my understanding. Let's just try, and I'll do the rounds through. Let's have a look and see. There are some watching on Rumble, but no comments coming through on Rumble, and I'll pick up and just trying to pick up some of your comments. So I'm looking at YouTube now. Let's just have a look whilst I think he I'll just bring this back here because he is making a valid point.
Because this has caused massive disruption. So we have that appeal powers, and as I said, the SAT. I'm not sure is the right place for that appeal, but that SAT it has been put in the SAT, and again, that will be a question of whether or not, and maybe it's something that could be assessed in due course, whether or not there's going to be a sort of flood of appeals potentially. I hope not. I don't think so. If decisions are made properly in the first place, then there shouldn't be a flood of appeals, because it is a low-cost process, a quasi-judicial process, and it could be end up in that situation. I'm not sure whether the SAT will be able to make those decisions. Then the final point I'd like to make in relation to the call-in powers of the Minister from the SAT, which is Premier, should I say, call-in powers to the Premier from the SAT. Now, these are, I believe, quite novel and unusual, even though similar call-in powers do exist in the Planning and Development Act, which I understand were put in place during the COVID emergency. Now, this is something that I think troubles certain members of the legal profession. I certainly have more than one lawyer raise it as a concern, because if you have a judicial or quasi-judicial process that has the power to undertake a review, it seems odd that you have the intervention of a member of the executive to be able to call that out. This is not about call-in powers for the decision at the front. So those are my points I'd like to make here, and no doubt there's going to be a fulsome discussion. Others will continue my...
Okay, so he's wrapping up there, and Danny's commenting, saying that they're only repealing this now because they know that the voices has been lost, and that's that's a fair comment to make in relation to this, because it was, what, 8-9 weeks ago, as I said at the outset of this stream, that he's just had the bill. I'm just going to cut back.
Second time. The Honourable Dr. Steve Thomas.
Thank you, Acting President. I thought it was being announced by the bell as well. Well, what an absolute mess has the McGowan and Cook Labor governments made of this. What an absolute disaster. I suspect, Acting President, we will never again see the situation where a piece of legislation is put into effect, and 5 weeks after it's put into effect, it is effectively dumped by a government that is so embarrassed by its own legislation that it had to admit that it was a complete dog's breakfast. What an embarrassing position the government finds itself in today. I mean, let's just go back to, how did this start? How did this start? The McGowan Labor government in 2021 comes to the opposition and says, we want to change the Heritage Act for Aboriginal people. We want to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage. You know what the opposition says? It says, good idea, so do we. The government says, well, we haven't got the bill to show you at that point. It's all about the vibe and the feel of the thing, but, we'll get a bill to you when we can. So you have this ridiculous situation where briefings are being organised before the bill was actually presented. And so the bill came along and they said, well, we've got this good idea. Let's protect Aboriginal cultural heritage. And the opposition said, sure, that's a good idea. The government said, well, we haven't got a bill, but here's the bill now we've got. And we go, well, we actually agree with the intent of protecting tangible, demonstrable Aboriginal cultural heritage, but what on earth is this thing that you've presented? What on earth is this document? And the government goes, no, well, that's okay. It's all good. Just go with the vibe. Go with the feel. Go with the vibe. It works. It'll be good.
Go with the vibe.
And for months afterwards, stretching out 18 months, it was all good. There was no problem. It was all going to be wonderful. Then, of course, the regulations dropped earlier this year, and there were some significant concerns. But don't worry, the vibe was still good. We're all on the vibe, we're all on the feel. The vibe was still good. And then we got to the point where the government, 5 weeks after it implemented its legislation, withdrew its legislation in an act that we will, I suspect, never see again. I don't think I will live long enough to see a government so horrendously embarrassed by its own incompetence that it's forced a backflip with a degree of difficulty that I don't think Greg Louganis could get around. It was one of the most amazing things that we'll see. Now, Acting President, what did the government say when it decided to do this amazing backflip? So I'm just going to quote briefly from the press release from the now Premier, the Honourable Roger Cook, and the now Minister for Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Dr Tony Booty. And it starts with a headline, "Laws overturned, Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation replaced." After serious consideration and consultation, the Cook government will repeal Aboriginal cultural heritage laws and restore the original Aboriginal Heritage Act of 1972 with simple and effective amendments to help prevent another Juukan Gorge incident. Well, why didn't the McGowan and Cook Labor governments do that at the start? Maybe they should have done some serious consideration and consultation before they actually introduced the legislation that is such an embarrassment to them, rather than waiting till afterwards to have it implemented. Would have saved us all a lot. I wouldn't have had to go into a whole pile of meetings and try and keep everybody calm. That would have been much better. I've got other things I would have preferred to be doing. So it would have been good to have that sort of consideration and consultation in the first instance. However, that's not what the McGowan government did. It rushed a piece of legislation through Parliament, said, trust us on the vibe and we'll give you a set of regulations down the track. Now, this media release goes on, Acting President. Cook government listens to community feedback and reverses decision. Man, it could have started listening to community feedback a bit earlier. There's a bit of free advice for the government. I know you don't like free advice very much, but happy to give it. The opposition is here to help. Perhaps listening to community advice a year earlier might have been a useful thing. However, it goes on, the next dot point, Original Aboriginal Heritage Act of 1972 to be restored with simple amendments. Next dot point, the new legislation went too far, was too prescriptive and complicated. We'll come back to that in a minute, not going to disagree. But how did that legislation get to be, as the government itself now says, going too far, too prescriptive and complicated? And this is a great dot point. Common sense to drive Aboriginal cultural heritage protection. Wow, that's something you might have applied in 2021. A little bit of common sense. I'm not sure why common sense was missing at that particular point, but you know, nice to see the government catching up 2 years down the track. Let's apply some common sense to the debate. That's not bad. And I do like the last dot point. All additional obligations placed on landowners in the 2021 Act to be removed. So, of all those dot points, I think they're all hilarious, except for the last one, which is probably the first sign of the common sense that the government says it's now going to implement in regards to this process. Now, I was pleased to see that the new Premier, the Honourable Roger Cook, did take the opportunity to apologise. I thought, and at the time, as he says himself, he'd be the Premier for 8 weeks. Now, you could argue at one stage, I suppose, that the Honourable Roger Cook isn't responsible for where we are, but the Honourable Roger Cook was the Deputy Premier for a long period of time before he became Premier. He was at the Cabinet table. He had the opportunity, and we know he has an interest in Aboriginal affairs, so he had the opportunity to involve himself in this. So he's not without guilt. So he doesn't get to cast the first stone. But after he'd been the Premier for 8 weeks, he said, and I'm pleased to see you say it, the complicated regulations, the burden on landowners, and the poor rollout of the new laws have been unworkable for all members of our community. And for that, I am sorry. He went on to say, we got the balance wrong and what we did hasn't worked. It's vital we manage cultural heritage in a common sense manner so we can move forward together as a community. So I'm pleased to see that there was an apology in the process. It was a disastrous experiment on behalf of the McGowan Cook Labor governments to introduce a process like this. An apology was surely required. Surely it was an obligation, having overseen such a mess to the point where the legislation itself, not just the regulations that followed it, not the bits that we didn't see for 12 to 14 months after the original legislation. The legislation itself has to be repealed. The legislation itself was so flawed that it has to be repealed. Now, I have a bit of sympathy for members of the government, those members who actually went out in the public meetings, to the public meetings of concerned citizens. I went to a few of them, other members went to. I won't.
I'll just jump in quickly here and just say, on his point just there, that, you know, bad law is not discovered after it's actually assented to. Bad law would be known well before it goes through. But the reason why it got through is, one, because the McGowan/Cook government rammed it through and they didn't have the debate. That is the effect or the impact of not exercising proper democracy and allowing that debate to take place, where the bad law and the examples of such bad law can be pointed out at the time. So the government knew it was bad. They didn't want to have to defend the position, so they used the numbers and rammed it through both in the upper and the lower house.
For landowners, we went out and I tried to do that in a way that was not hysterical. I mean, I went to meetings where I thought that some of the messaging was hysterical. I went to meetings where, you know, people were talking about defending their backyards. And I kept going to say, and to my own detriment on occasions, because I had people say, you're not being outraged enough, we need to be more outraged. But I'm trying to keep a level head in this debate, and I accept some members of the government, those members who did go out and meet with community groups, some of you did. I will name the Honourable Darren West. I know he went to a number of them, and they rolled him out to respond to concerns, and you rolled yourself out. He valiantly took up the defence of the government. He did, and look, you've got to, you know, any time you're under criticism, the best thing you can do is you have to front up. And I've commended him for that in this House before. He did front up. Of course, he didn't say that these were unworkable and unfair regulations and legislation that were a major impingement. He tried to defend them. He struggled to defend them, but he gave it his very best. And he should be commended for that, because it wasn't that long later, a few weeks after he was going to meetings, that the Premier came out and said these were complicated regulations, burden on landowners, with a poor rollout. They got the balance wrong, and that hasn't worked. So, wow. I wonder how many Christmas cards the Premier's going to get from those members who went out to defend the government's position all those time. But I'll tell you another thing, Acting President. I wonder how many Christmas cards this government is going to get from their federal Labor colleagues, because it is impossible not to conflate the two issues with which various levels of government across Australia have put before the people. Let's have a look at the similarities. In the first instance, the McGowan Labor government says, feel the vibe on cultural heritage, that's great. Here's a piece of legislation, we'll let you see it just before you're expected to vote on it. It's all good, it's all positivity. You know, the regulations come through, it's unworkable, they end up having to apologise for it. They can't explain it, they can't, and I went to meetings where they took public servants with them who couldn't explain or answer the simple questions. If I want to put a dam on a waterway, can I or can't I? What's the process I have to go through? How does this impact on my ability to farm my land? It wasn't just members of the Labor government that couldn't answer the questions. The bureaucrats who'd actually probably helped to write the legislation couldn't answer them either. It was that complicated. How do we compare that with the Voice? The Voice is unexplainable. It's just on the vibe. So people are being asked to vote on the vibe. There's no detail. People are being asked on, this is a feel-good vibe, just trust us. Just trust us. As the McGowan Labor government said, just trust us, this will be fine. And a year and a half later, they're repealing the legislation and apologising to the people for it. The Albanese government is coming down with the voice saying, just trust us, it's the vibe. And I suspect, irrespective of the outcome of the referendum on Saturday, irrespective of that, the Prime Minister, the Honourable Albanese, will owe the people of Western Australia an apology. Because...
Well, I'd say the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, would owe all of Australians an apology.
I suspect, and apologise for this unworkable thing that they've implemented. And if it doesn't get up, he should apologise for the division that he's put in place for the people of Australia and the damage it's actually done to the reconciliation process. So I hope that the Honourable Anthony Albanese has the courage and strength of character of the Honourable Roger Cook in apologising for his poor performance. I'm waiting to hear that apology.
I mean, I will, you know, while he's on that point there, I just want to pick up on it and just say, is an apology, as Roger Cook did, and if Anthony Albanese was to come out and say, sorry for this, is the apology actually enough? And I would argue to say that no, it's not. Because now, even if you set aside politics and which way you want to go, there's been a number of calls when it was well known that the separation between the yes and the vote leading up to pre-polling meant that the yes campaign was well and truly struggling. Now, at a time when the cost of living crisis is through the roof here in Perth, Western Australia, we've seen last week petrol prices up to $2.35 a litre. The broken promise of the PM on the $275 power bill subsidy and things like that, to spend nearly $400 million on this is an apology just doesn't cut it, in my view.
Yeah. Believe in the basic principle being put forward. So when the McGowan Labor government said to the opposition, we think we should protect...
And I think that's fair for the voice as well. Most people, in fact, you know, well, 99% of people, in my view, do want to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage, no matter where it is, whether it's here in Western Australia or at any part on the East Coast or anywhere across Australia. That I think is a good point. Terry's just making the comment, and he is just talking about that. I do just want to say, yeah, the apology from Anthony Albanese, and as Terry's just commenting right there on YouTube for those Facebook watchers, is who is sharpening the knife. Now, I would very well expect that Albanese is going to come under some friendly fire, and he's going to be finding that his security detail is not so much in front of him as he's walking through crowds. It's going to be behind him as he's walking through the corridors of Parliament.
And this is our model for doing so. And we say, your model's rubbish. And the Labor Party is so arrogant that it says, we believe there is only one model. It's our model or the highway. It might be a Model T Ford that hasn't run for 30 years or 50 years, but the Labor Party says it has to be our model. Has there been any consultation or acceptance of alternative models? No. The Labor Party says it has to be our way. And so that is the great similarity between the Voice and the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. It was all about the intent, the ideology and the positioning of the Labor Party, both state and federal, instead of a negotiation in good faith with everybody, the opposition, the community, Aboriginal people, non-Aboriginal people. It should have been that negotiation in good faith to deliver the best outcomes for the Aboriginal community and at the same time providing certainty and security for landowners outside of that. That's what should have happened. But that is the similarity between the Voice and the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. It is the incompetence and the arrogance of the government that introduced them that is the familiar thread that runs through this. It is not the intent of the people, and it is not the intent of the opposition. The opposition at a state and federal level is not opposed to better outcomes for Aboriginal people, is not opposed to protecting Aboriginal cultural heritage.
As Nick Goren has said many times in Western Australian Parliament, the breathtaking arrogance of the Labor McGowan/Cook-led government.
Minister, have any respect for the McGowan and Cook Labor governments in Western Australia when, in trying to implement his slightly arrogant version of what he wants to do, he has the Premier of this state just ignoring all of the arrogance that they had at the same time and same time frame in the process when they were implementing it, now coming back saying, we got it completely wrong.
And I'm just going to jump in some comments on those on Rumble. Thank you very much for them coming through. Rarebird is talking about perhaps something that I said earlier, no consultation. The arrogance is because A, they had the numbers, but B, the lack of democracy and the cracks in the democratic process simply come to light when there is no consultation process. That poorly drafted legislation being a problem is a problem not just in this act, but a number of other acts that we've seen.
Also mentioned contrition. So in the third sentence in the second reading speech of the Leader of the House, it says, however, the 2021 Act, which was intended to provide greater certainty as well as protection for Aboriginal cultural heritage, is not providing the clarity and security required by a legislative regime. This was not our intention, and we are sorry that this has happened. Which is good. That's great. So I think Western Australian people, particularly landowners, appreciate the apology. But gee, it's a couple of years too late. Better late than never, I suppose. But I'll tell you what, I bet I'm willing to put a reasonably good bottle of good Southwest Red on this. I bet the Honourable Anthony Albanese is not overly enamoured of the state Labor Party in Western Australia at this particular time. I suspect that he thinks the timing was a little unfortunate, despite the best efforts.
I think if it just, I'm just going to try and bring some comments back to what this stream is about, and this is the live debate in Western Australian Parliament on the repeal of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. And I have been flicking through the three platforms that I'm pushing this out to simultaneously and trying to take in your comments whilst he's just talking about the comparison. One thing that has come out is the number of people that have been surprised that they didn't know that this bill, this act, had been repealed, because we've seen the footage, I've referred to it already, that they stood on the steps of Parliament. Roger Cook came out and said, we got the balance wrong, made his apology, and off they went. And mainstream media picked up and pretty much said the day or two after the farmers held their protest on the steps of Parliament House in record numbers with a record number of e-signatories on a petition, that a lot of people thought it was a done deal, but it's not. And you can hear this is what needs to go on in order for such an act to be repealed. Again, due to the lack of parliamentary debate.
Interesting sentence, to be honest. The government will undertake a long-term plan. They'll undertake heritage surveys of unsurveyed areas in high priority areas of the state. So can we take this statement at its word? And it's certainly a question I'll be dealing with in the committee stage and the Clause 1 stage of the debate, I suspect. Will the government only be surveying unsurveyed areas? So are we to assume that areas that have been previously surveyed will not be surveyed again? And this comes back to the question of longer-term certainty for landowners. So how many surveys over what period of time are possible? Is there an endpoint at which the property of a particular person has been surveyed enough and declared either that it contains or does not contain a heritage site? How often is that likely to occur? So the statement from the Premier was unsurveyed areas in high priority areas of the state. So what are the high priority areas of the state in which these surveys will be undertaken? Where are the low priority areas of the state? Will they not be surveyed? What happens if someone wants to survey a low priority area of the state? Will they be able to? Who will be able to do this particular survey? Or are we talking simply about where the government will survey? Will there be other surveys that go on in low priority areas, possibly in areas that have already been surveyed in the past? Is it only these surveys proposed by the government which will be able to identify and put through the process cultural heritage sites? The other thing the government says in this sentence is, so the state government will commence a long-term plan over the next 10 years to undertake heritage surveys of unsurveyed areas in high priority areas of the state with the consent of landowners. Now, does that mean that surveys done by the government must be with the consent of landowners? Does the landowner effectively have a veto of the government doing a heritage survey on their land? Because that's what it says in the press release.
Yeah.
And
this is the problem with the ambiguity.
We should trust the press release. I mean, I listened to lots of commentary around the...
And I'm just going to pick up a comment that Terry Fisher has just said here, exactly why they debate to get this through. It's harder to repeal, but you're actually hearing and seeing in real time how hard it is to get this repealed. Not only are they looking to repeal the Act as it was assented to on the 1st of July, but the government have sought to introduce a number of other things, and this survey is one that he's just talking about now.
Is that freehold title? Is that leasehold title? Will leaseholders...
Again, more ambiguity.
Be able to give permission or deny for the government heritage surveyors to come around and do their surveys? Is that how that's going to work? And a 10-year period. So, and it will take a while to go through and look at all these areas, but over a 10-year period. So is there a budget for it? Where's the budget? When does it start? How many inspectors are involved in this? But I would have thought that, well, it will depend how much land is actually going to be inspected, and maybe this is a cost-saving measure. Maybe I've misjudged the minister on this, and this is a very clever cost-saving measure, because if you only identify high-priority areas and you limit these surveys to that, and you only do it in previously unsurveyed areas, and you only do it at a point where the landowner is given permission, maybe that's a good cost-saving measure. Maybe the government's gone, well, that won't cost us all that much money. So, I mean, I don't know why they've had another $6 billion plus surplus in reality just recently. They could probably afford to be a little bit more generous, but anyway, you know, 5.1 plus the money squirreled away in GTEs, another 1.3, 6.4 billion. It's not as if the government's short of cash to invest in these sorts of things. So But that'd be interesting to see. So I think I intend to try and pull some of that stuff out during the committee stages of the bill, because I think that would be very interesting to know. And how long does, so if assuming, let's assume, say, that we can take the Honourable Roger Cook at his word, and I think he's generally a pretty decent fella and tries his best, to be honest. Don't want to disrespect him. So if he actually believes that's the case, that's really interesting. And does that mean then, if it's going on for 10 years, that the government's intent is that at the end of 10 years, all issues of Aboriginal cultural heritage will have been identified in the state? Or how many of those might still be ongoing? And can Aboriginal cultural heritage change, shift, move? These are issues that I think need to be dealt with, and questions need to be asked. And I think that's particularly important when we start to consider what was in the 2021 bill, particularly in relation to what was defined as intangible heritage. Because I think this has become incredibly complicated. So tangible heritage, I think, is the easy part of the debate, the easy part of the argument. There is a site which, with some evidence of cultural significance, whether it's materials, whether it's a meeting point, whether there's a history for it. That generally is the easiest part of the debate. But it was the 2021's bill of intangible cultural heritage that actually made it far more difficult to sell and far more threatening to landowners across the state of Western Australia. And that is a much more problematic exercise. And the definition of heritage is a debate that I suspect will go on for some period of time. And I know it's one that the Honourable Peter Collier is well aware of, because I'm going to raise the finding of Supreme Court Justice John Chaney back in 2015, when I think the Honourable Peter Collier was the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, where operating under the 1972 Act, the Aboriginal Heritage Act, there was an intent to expand a port. And that port,
Just while he finds his notes there, I agree with you, Graham. On YouTube is coming through saying that that this speaker, Steve Thompson, has been on point with the issues that he has raised to date. So yeah, what do you think? Comment below.
Didn't necessarily show as a tangible cultural link. And Justice John Chaney reinforced that view. And he said this in his judgment: to the extent that the ACMC, which is the Aboriginal Cultural Materials Committee, which was making a recommendation to the Minister, brought to account the lack of evidence of specific rituals, ceremonial or cultural activities associated solely with the site, as invited to do by the department report, it acted in a misconstruction of Section 5 of the Aboriginal Heritage Act. And it's Section 5 which of the Act, and it's still sort of Section 5 which deals with the tangibility of cultural heritage and how it is defined. And that was extended in the 2021 Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Bill, ultimately in the Act, to actually define intangible cultural heritage. Now, that's actually an issue that I think we need to ventilate and discuss in some detail as we go forward on this particular bill. Because by definition, it's not something that you can touch and see. It's potentially a culturally significant site for other reasons, reasons around history and trying to find the right words. I'm going to say storytelling, but without necessarily the implication that it's not true. But it is around those issues that makes it very difficult. So if you're a landowner potentially facing a claim around what is effectively a cultural story, it becomes very difficult. The next step we're going to have to face is that the cultural story may well change. So if you start to have a conversation around songlines, for example, are songlines constant? Do they move? If somebody builds a shed on a songline they think is off a songline, at one particular point is a songline declared 5 years down the track, how does that work? It is this issue of intangible heritage that should occupy the debate, I think, for some considerable period of time in this.
I think Tony Seabrook from the Graziers and Pastoralists Association describes this as that spiritual connection. Now, nobody denies that spiritual connection to excuse me, just had a bite of an apple, just got stuck in my throat. Nobody denies that, that there can be a spiritual connection, but how do you survey that? How do you assess that? How do you scale the spiritual connection? And I guess the example right now in Western Australia that Woodside Petroleum have is they've just had an Environmental Protection Authority application withdrawn because somebody has said that is a First Nations or an Indigenous Aboriginal person. A, she wasn't consulted, and B, that it's interrupting the whale songlines with the spiritual passage that they take through the grounds where they're looking to do seismic exploration, which is including some explosions.
Try not to panic about this. We're trying to try and find a way to work through it. The lack of certainty for landowners was both palpable and frightening, and they were frightened. And there was an important role for the government to say, we will look after your interests as well, as best we can. And I have to say there was a role for the leadership of the Aboriginal community, and this is what I put in my, my opinion piece. It would have been really helpful during that debate and that time if the leadership of the Aboriginal community was talking to landowners, particularly farmers, saying, we are not coming for your land. This is not a land grab. That was the bit that was missing out of this. This was a government couldn't explain their own legislation, so nobody really took them seriously in these meetings. The bureaucrats that went with the government couldn't explain their legislation, how it operates, so nobody listened to them very much either. And in some places, it actually did happen. So in some places, members of the Aboriginal community went, hang on a minute, look, we're not coming for your backyards or your horse paddocks or your sheep paddocks. We're actually not. So in some places, that messaging was really good, but it wasn't universal, and there was an opportunity.
Well, I just want to pick up on that particular point there, where those, where some groups came out and said, there was a number of groups, particularly down Albany Way, these were Aboriginal groups that were looking to administer the cultural heritage surveys that said, we're just not ready. But those, they are the type of groups that aren't consulted by the governments, that are on the outer, the fringe that I would suspect, because those that are well and truly looking to seize the opportunity that this particular bill gave in terms of cultural heritage, and there was some corporations out there that looked and sought to do that, they were joined at the hip with the government. So it only then goes to, for reason, to say that they wouldn't be going and approaching the farmers and saying, we're not coming for your land, because that's not the narrative that the government is pushing.
And in fact, some of those, I got accused of giving in to the department. In fact, so one of those meetings, one of the farm lobby groups said, oh, you sound like a spokesperson for the department. And I'm going, well, I should bump my wages up probably if that was the case, but are actually trying to keep people a little bit calm as a part of the process, not
And there you
panicked,
go. That's the exact point
but
that I
just
guess I was
work
trying
through
to
it.
make.
Now, the Albany group actually tried, and they weren't the only ones. There are other groups that tried, but there was a lack of leadership around reinforcing reinforcing the message and providing the confidence, particularly to the farming community, that what they had traditionally done, they would be able to do. Now, I know the Honourable Darren West said it, but I don't think he understood the legislation because if he did, he would have joined the Premier Roger Cook, who's now said it was terrible. But that sort of leadership as an intent should have been out there as a part of the debate. There should have been, in a truly, if this was us walking together, that sort of conversation should have been going on. There should have been an expressed intent to make this work fairly on all sides. And that was one of the things that, in my view, was absolutely missing in this debate. And it was and it happened because there was this rush through the parliament of ideological legislation that ultimately did not work and could not work. Now, so we find ourselves, Acting President, with the sort of issues that we find before us, where we're now going to repeal the bill that went through in 2021, and then obviously all the regulations associated with that all disappear. We go back to the 1972 Aboriginal Heritage Act with some amendments. Now, it was interesting to me because a lot's been said about the fact that the opposition supported the intent of the government back in 2021, and that's true. And I actually got quoted by a disgruntled former senator in the state newspaper for daring to suggest that perhaps we shouldn't be violently opposed to the intent. Like I say, there was some skin lost on all sides on this one, but the opposition did want to see Aboriginal cultural heritage protected. When it came to a vote, there was a single vote on it, the division called by the Honourable Brad Pettit. The Honourable Brad Pettit was opposed to the bill because it didn't go far enough. So I'll be very interested to see where the Honourable Brad Pettit is on the repeal bill. I'll be interested to see whether he's likely to, I think I'm in deja vu around Senator Lydia Thorpe's position on The Voice, I suspect, with the Honourable Dr. Brad Pettit, where it's not enough, therefore he's opposed to it. The opposition at the time, with its intent to try and find a silver lining amongst the legislation presented by the government, voted with the government that particular exercise. But of course, at that point, we hadn't seen the mess that was the regulations. We hadn't seen the disaster of the management of this. And at that point, of course, the government hadn't acknowledged its utter failures in relation to this. So, again...
And I think that's the important part there, that when the opposition made their position in relation to supporting the bill, they hadn't seen the regulations. So I guess it'd be very interesting if they would make that mistake again, but they put the faith in the government. And whether it's so much put the faith in the government or whether they trusted the democratic process that there would be parliamentary debate, that just didn't happen. And here we are.
I fully expect to see apologies coming from our Prime Minister, the Honourable Anthony Albanese, in due course. Now, the other thing...
Well, again, some of the comments coming through on Rumble and also YouTube, just see if I can find one there, just picking up on that, that somebody's really saying the apology at the cost of... just on the campaigning efforts, 100 million or touted up to $134 million for The Voice, the apology that people are looking for from Albanese is to step down.
How the various acts that deal with Aboriginal cultural heritage will interplay in this brave new world in which we find ourselves. So you will have the Aboriginal Heritage Act 1972 with amendments, some amendments of which I'm sure the opposition will be supporting. But you'll also have the Environmental Protection Act and the Water Act. Now, it was interesting in the estimates process not that long ago, where I asked a question of the Parliamentary Secretary representing the Minister for Water about when the new Water Act was coming in place. Because we have been told that many of the things that were found in the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2021 were going to be repeated in the new Water Act. So Aboriginal cultural heritage is apparently a major focus of the Water Act rewrite. Now, that'll be really interesting to see if it comes out, because if the government, having basically done a complete backflip and received a bloody nose in relation to the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act, is going to go down the same path in a different bill, I'd be really, really interested. So here's my suspicion. Call me a cynic if you will, doubting Thomas. But I suspect that the Water Act, the rewrite of the Water Act, might just be put on the back burner for a little while as the government hurriedly tries to work out what it's going to do with all those sections that currently relate to Aboriginal heritage that they've put in the draft Water Act that we haven't seen a copy of yet. Why do I think that's the case? Because have a look at where Aboriginal cultural heritage is starting to, where all the new sites are. Look to see where it's starting to expand into. And it is waterways. So where do you see it? You don't see it in the dry lands of Boyart Brook. You see it in the waterways. So the Swan, Avon, all of those rivers that come in around the Murray, the Serpentine, those rivers all the way down. It is in waterways where the greatest focus of Aboriginal heritage was starting to develop. And potentially for some purpose, because obviously Aboriginal communities needed water, and like every other community, they're not on their own there. Communities around the world, in whatever country you're in, develop generally around waterways. But waterways will be the new crisis point in heritage. And this government's got an enormous task to do to work out how it's going to manage that. And it will not be adequate for this government to take what it was proposing in the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act and simply shift it across to the Water Act and do it in a slightly different way. Because then you then have the issue, if we're going to put...
However, as people really are becoming more and more disconnected and disenfranchised from the government, it wouldn't surprise people if that's exactly what the Labor Cook government or a Labor government in fact tried to do. Take the heat off the left hand while the right hand is slapping you around the face.
With these other acts. And the Water Act, I think, will be the first of those. The Water Act, I suspect, is hurriedly being rewritten for the, umpteenth time to work out how it's going to deal with what was a huge push into Aboriginal heritage issues. The other, well, it's not so much the Act, but the other area in which cultural heritage has played a very large role is under the Environmental Protection Authority. Now, the Environmental Protection Act doesn't contain too many references to cultural heritage. It's really only in its set of definitions. So Clause 3, Part 2 of the Environmental Protection Act is defining social surroundings. So the Environmental Protection Act allows the EPA to look at and assess social surroundings as a part of its environmental assessment. So it's looking, and I think that was updated some time ago to look at the triple bottom line in effect. Part 2 of that, Clause 3 of that Act says, In the case of humans, the reference to social surroundings in the definition of environment in subsection 1 is a reference to aesthetic, cultural, economic and other social surroundings to the extent to which they directly affect or are affected by physical or biological surroundings. So that's a fairly broad reference, but it is absolutely the case that the Environmental Protection Authority has entered into, I suspect, waters that it wasn't originally designed to look at. And so they have taken a very strong cultural heritage position in a number of their reports. Now, bear in mind the EPA is not a decision-making body in itself. It makes a recommendation to the minister, which is completely appropriate in my view. It is obviously the case. I mean, sometimes arm's-length quasi-government organisations can go a bit fierce in their activities, but in this case they simply make a recommendation, and the Minister for Environment can accept that recommendation or change that recommendation. In fact, on occasions, it appears that premiers of the day can ring the EPA and ask them to change their activities, which was either a robust and fierce phone call or a very civil and polite quick hello, depending on whose version of that you believe. A pretty good idea which one I believe, but anyway. And I don't necessarily disagree at that point with the intent of the Premier of the day that said the EPA had overreached its boundaries. I think in that circumstance it probably had. But it has taken on this issue of Aboriginal cultural heritage in a significant way. And that will have to be assessed by the government because ultimately we want, if the government is true to its word about having a common sense approach to Aboriginal heritage, we want a system that doesn't overlap. So people need to know and understand precisely who and what they're dealing with in relation to cultural heritage, Aboriginal cultural heritage, and that's not necessarily the case that we have at the moment. Now, so I'd be interested to know, so perhaps I don't know, the Minister's probably not in a position to tell us what's happening with the water legislation or what the interactive intent is with the Environmental Protection Authority, but it should be a part of the debate. It should actually be a part of how we proceed. Yes. No, well, and that's I accept the interjection. I mean, that's probably right.
So just while there's that interjection there, I guess the member, this is his time. He decides whether he accepts it or not, or whether he wants the chair to reallocate him the time to answer this. He is answering this particular question. Just wanted to make comment. There's a couple of comments, coming through again. That on Facebook and Rumble and YouTube. Of course, I can see them all, and all three coming through, but you would only be able to see your respective comments on the platforms that you're watching this stream. And that is, there's a comment there talking about independent media and the things that we do, and there's a lot of people that are commenting here today. Terry all the way over in Queensland that have been big supporters. The audio of this stream is a fix when I last did Mark McGowan resigning. Actually, was it Mark McGowan or Jacinta Ardern? I think it was Mark McGowan. I was really struggling with connections on audios, and through some donations, I was able to buy some equipment. And it's always, you sort of think you've got everything and it's going to sort, and then you want to do something different to make the stream a little bit differently. And then you need another cable, and a cable might sound cheap enough, but the type of cables that I use, you're talking, $160, $200 to buy a good quality cable. but independent media, working together. One thing that I've seen through the No Vote campaign, which personally I don't agree with, and that is some of the, and the government has used the mis and disinformation. And I really am concerned that some posts in social media will give rise for the government, the federal government that is, to use its mis and disinformation bill. And that's what somebody has commented on, and I echo that concern, that in essence it's going to give the government the ammunition to push through that particular bill, which will end the democratic free speech. And some of the comments and posts are just way out there and are really just, they do fall into misinformation. But independent media working together, it's something that, really would be an effective tool to be able to combat mainstream media in terms of messaging. But I guess at various different levels, it's something that I've tried. I just don't see it working. Unfortunately, there even is on this side, there is still, many things against doing what I'm trying to do. And I simply am just trying to bring an alternate view. It takes a lot to do this, not only my time, but I've got a couple of, key people that just volunteer all their time to do what we need to do. So it's not going to happen quickly. Should it? Yes, I think it should. But in this campaign, in the Voice campaign, the mis and disinformation, they will be taking notes. And you said there was, what's her name, Manska Zelansky, I think it is, or if that's how you pronounce it. She posted, or tweeted in fact, about a couple of weeks ago, when you're seeing these mis and disinformation posts, send a copy through to her because she is going to be following up with this. So the government are clearly going to be following up on some of these posts, and I think we'll see when that federal bill comes up that this is where this type of material is going to be brought out. I'll just
on that, because
bring back up.
Even if they don't have a personal direct financial pecuniary duty on that particular piece of land, is that person prevented from debating and ultimately voting on something because of that cultural heritage link? And I say that's it, and I think that becomes more important because a lot of Aboriginal people today refer to not just a single group. So many, there's not many people today that are simply referred to as a Menang or simply a Noongar, for example. There's often now multiple groups. So people will say, I come from a range of history. There's some from Southwest, some from Midwest, some from, you might be a Yamaji, Noongar, something else person. And then suddenly you've got this multitude then of historical cultural links. So I'm interested, and I will be interested, and we'll get to it, not necessarily a question for second reading response, but when we get to the functioning of the committee, I'm particularly interested to see how that particular role might be dealt with, because it's...
Well, that's an interesting comment that he's just making there. And again, one that I am going to make a comment on that, and that is based on, those that have had plenty of contact with people. They may have lived in remote areas and communities and things like that. They would understand the connection between skin groups, and within their particular cultural regions or areas or their clans, they have their skin groups, and they do have their law, my understanding, and I've seen it. I've lived in the Kimberleys. I've lived up there for a number of years, and I've seen true traditional, culture at play, and they forbid particular skin groups from I guess amalgamating, if that's the right word, because it's a way, it's a mechanism. Again, purely my understanding. Comment below if you see it differently. that it's a way that they can keep their skin groups, their cultural clans, their heritage within those groups going in the same direction and keeping that group's culture alive. So I guess, you know, diversifying with skin groups is something that's not really considered, from my experience, to be the right thing and appropriate thing to do. In fact, they have either sorry business or, you know, or tribal punishments if people go outside of their skin groups.
It was terrible legislation. The government admitted it was terrible legislation. It apologised for its terrible legislation. An apology is good. It's not an excuse, but it's better than nothing. So it was terrible legislation. Great to see that you apologise for that. Hopefully we're in a position to make it better. And the attitude with...
Well, again, you know, no disrespect for the honourable member there, Steve Thompson, talking about great that they have apologies and hope that they make another apology. But I really do think that this particular issue has gone way beyond an apology, because it comes back to the fact that the shambolic arrogance of the Labor government here in Western Australia disregarded the democratic process with this and a number of bills that we've seen during McGowan's reign to use their numbers to ram through bad law. That's the problem. That needs to be addressed, and until that actually happens, all the apologies in the world will not fix that one issue, and they, in my view, become somewhat meaningless.
And if it falls over on the weekend, I hope Anthony Albanese has the substance to apologise and then work out.
Again, I mean, you know, he's going with the apology, the line again. I think Anthony Albanese, the apology, from what I've seen and the things that I've done and different, I've been to a number of pre-polling booths on the north side of Perth, Western Australia, and getting the lay of the land there. I've done a number of things. I did a short street view, which I put that clip out the other day. You can go back to the page and have a look. There is no doubt that this particular issue has been credited in the wrong manner for the division amongst the community. And it's going to take a long, long time if the voice gets up in terms of the no vote campaign, meaning they're successful, to repair this damage. For that, no apology, in my view, will absolutely make good the damage that has caused.
Legislate. And the government were warned. The government were warned and warned and warned. They gave the opposition the single finger salute on a regular basis, because they continue to treat us as the enemy, not the opposition. They gave this pithy little inconvenience called the Parliament contempt, and they made tens upon tens of thousands of Western Australians angry and frustrated. That's what they did. And it's all because this government thinks they're beyond the Parliament. They're drunk on power. I've said it over and over again. I've also said that the seeds of destruction of a government are sown in the Parliament, and I stand by that. When you start ignoring the Parliament, it's time when you guys need to go and do a bit of soul searching. This should be example, Exhibit A.
Brilliant points.
Bill. And every single member of the Labor Party is complicit in this piece of legislation. Every single one. You all stood by and supported it. Yes. Even when your constituents out there, tens of thousands of them, were telling you it was a piece of rubbish, you ignored them.
Fantastic point.
I'm going to commence my comments, Mr. Acting President, with my comments from the first bill, the 2021 bill. I said, that's my introductory comments, I said, I rise to make some comments on the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Bill 2021 and the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Amendment Bill 2021, and I'm delighted to do so. I reiterate what has already been stated, particularly by the Honourable Neil Thompson, that is that the opposition will not oppose these bills, which is a quirk of words, I guess, but I say it reluctantly. Ideally, I'd like to be able to say we support the bills, but we do not. We do not out of spite or political vitriol, but necessity. Because as much as these bills are most definitely a positive step forward for streamlining the process of recognising Aboriginal heritage, they raise more questions than provide answers. I will make a number of comments about the bills, but before I do so, I'll confine to the first couple of minutes of my, dare I say it, critical comments about the contempt that the government continues to have for the opposition constantly, relentlessly, day to day in and day out in this chamber and the parliament. It is evident that this government now treats the parliament as this pithy little inconvenience. We've seen the destruction of conventions on a daily basis. We have seen legislation railroaded through the parliament without due scrutiny and complete contempt for the process that have existed for hundreds and hundreds of years. These bills are a perfect example of that. Without a shadow of a doubt, these bills, which dealt with our First Nations people with issues of heritage, deserve cross-partisan support. I'm always a little reluctant to pass comment about lack of consultation on our Aboriginal heritage because as a former Aboriginal Affairs Minister for 6 years, I'm conscious that no matter how much consultation you do, never the twain shall meet in this area. No matter how much consultation you do, you are never ever going to get everyone on the same side. But the government could so easily have got us on board with this. I was so desperate for this thing to go through in a seamless fashion, and it took me all of my courage not to oppose the bill, as opposed to supporting it, which I cannot in all conscience do. I find it extraordinary that a bill of this calibre, of 350 pages and hundreds of clauses, was read into the Legislative Assembly one afternoon, declared urgent and had to be passed the next day. Do members know what we have now become? We have become the enemy, not the opposition. There is a seismic shift when the government treats the opposition as the enemy, because it treats the opposition with contempt. It wants to kill it. The opposition is irrelevant. The Honourable Stephen Dawson interjected, that's not what we do in this place. And I responded, I'm sorry, Minister, but that is how I feel, and that is honestly how I feel. How could the government bring in this Aboriginal cultural heritage bill? The Honourable Stephen Dawson said, I'll comment on it at the end. That is certainly not what is going on here. I responded, why are we sitting for another week to deal with this bill now? This again gets back to this very point. The government is doing it because it can, not because it is right. As I said, and I'll say over and over again, for 4 years I sat in the chair on the other side as Leader of the Government with a thumping majority. Never once did I or my colleagues ever consider using the tactics you guys are using. Never once. We could have, day in and day out, we could have done exactly what the Leader of the House does, almost on a daily basis now, and completely usurps the conventions of Parliament, and I did not because I respect this place. We're seeing the destruction of the conventions of this Parliament, and every single member sitting opposite is complicit. They will all be gone, and I'll be gone, but this place will have to live with it. I'm very disappointed the bill like this is being treated with this contempt. We're dealing with Aboriginal heritage, constructing legislation that ideally will ensure that nothing like Juukan Gorge ever occurs again. It will ensure that a seamless process will engage and empower Aboriginal people so they can be part of the decision-making process that will protect Aboriginal heritage and at the same time allow for development in a cooperative, collaborative fashion. That is what I like to think will happen with this legislation. And I'm not convinced it will, because, as I said, the devil is in the detail. There are many question marks around this legislation because much will be left to regulation, and there is much subjectivity. As I said, I understand where the Minister is coming from in terms of the criticism he will receive from a lot of Aboriginal land councils and Aboriginal groups throughout Western Australia. I've been in his seat, and I know what he's going through, and no matter what happens, he'll never be able to appease everyone. We have to get to a good balance. We have to achieve a balanced outcome, and we have to have consultation. To be honest, from the briefing and my reading of the information that's been provided, I think there has been reasonable consultation. Having said that, this is just the start. This is a marathon, and we're only at the 100-metre mark because we have a long, long way to go to work through the regulations. As I said, there are many gaps in this legislation that have to be filled. If we do not get it right, I say at the outset, and I want to be on the public record, I want the government to 100% own this legislation. Even though I'm not opposing it, it is the government's legislation. So if it all goes pear-shaped and there are problems in the short to medium term with this legislation as a direct result of there being so little time for the People's House, the Legislative Assembly and the Legislative Council to scrutinise this legislation, It will be at the government's feet, not ours. I couldn't have said it better. Exactly what I said there has come to fruition. Exactly what I said there is exactly why we are now dealing with this bill again right now, because you guys are treating the parliament with contempt. Now, Aboriginal heritage is sacrosanct. We had a bill that existed since 1972. I desperately tried to change that bill when I was Aboriginal Affairs Minister, and it got to the point.
So just jump in there and just say, I'd actually say not only have the WA Labor Party treated the parliament with contempt, but more importantly, they've treated the West Australian people with contempt. Now, sure, they're going to have their people that it doesn't matter what they do, they're going to celebrate and backslap all of the Labor members of Parliament. But as we're seeing in the federal voice at the moment, that even in strong-held Labor seats, that the pre-polling or polling indications are that even Labor voters, staunch Labor voters, have turned against the government in relation to that. For the government to be flippantly arrogant and ram a bill through is disrespectful for those trying to argue, but it's disrespectful to the people of Western Australia.
The Act is a priority of the state government. I'd like to see the amended legislation passed by both houses of parliament by the end of 2020. Well, that didn't happen. And if you remember, this was a different vehicle. The Legislative Council was a different vehicle back then. The government didn't have a thumping majority, and they knew they were going to have difficulty getting it through because they might actually have to consult. They just might have to consult. So they put it on the back burner, right? They came back after 2021 when they got their massive majority as a direct result of COVID. They misinterpreted that as an endorsement of unfettered power and then bulldozed this legislation through the parliament, and it all went pear-shaped. Now, what a shame. Now, the uncertainty that has existed now for pastoralists, the uncertainty that has existed for the resource companies, the anger, the frustration of our Aboriginal communities is palpable, and it's a direct result of the arrogance of the current government. That is what has happened. There are no ifs and buts. Responsibility rests entirely at the feet of the Labor government. Now, I'm going to go through a few things here just to show why I am so frustrated at this stage, because we shouldn't be here. We should be out there dealing with Aboriginal heritage and recognising Aboriginal heritage. Back in on the Wednesday, the 17th of November 2021, the then Aboriginal Affairs Minister and the then Premier, the Honourable Mark McGowan, and the then Aboriginal Affairs Minister, the Honourable Stephen Dawson, issued a media release which said, "New bill to better deliver protection for Aboriginal cultural heritage." And it says in part, progressive new bill introduced to Parliament to replace outdated Aboriginal cultural heritage laws. And then it goes through and it says, comments attributed to the Premier Mark McGowan, this new bill is the most progressive cultural heritage legislation in the country. The comments attributed to Aboriginal Affairs Minister Stephen Dawson, the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Bill 2021 has been 3 years in the making to reform a 50-year-old legislation, align with Commonwealth native title laws and, most importantly, give Aboriginal people the right to make decisions on matters impacting their cultural heritage. This bill is the result of extensive consultation which will continue through implementation, starting with a co-design approach to the supporting documents that will help enact these new laws. So it sounds promising at this stage. That's when that first media release went out. However, it pretty much went pear-shaped from them, remembering that media release went out on the 17th of November 2021, the same day that the bill was read in to the Legislative Assembly. What did the government do on that day? They moved a motion to expedite the process and have it through in 2 days, a 350-page piece of legislation. How on earth, how can anyone reasonably assume that that is appropriate? How can you assume that you can give it a piece of legislation that has been in existence for 70 years, after 50 years, can be amended, completely replaced by a new piece of legislation and bulldoze it through the Legislative Assembly in 2 days. Well, this mob did. I draw your attention to Hansard from Wednesday, 17th of November, 2021. You can read it. It makes for fascinating reading. And the one part in particular was where the Honourable David Templeman, Mr D.A. Templeman, Manager and Leader of the House, on 1253 moved that so much of standing orders be suspended as is necessary to enable the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Bill 2021 and Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Amendment Bill 2021 to A, proceed forthwith through all remaining stages without delay between the stages, and B, to be debated cognately at the second reading stage with the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Bill 2021 to be the principal bill. Well, they just bulldozed that through. The House rose at 11:58 p.m. and they finished it off the next day. Now, we were caught between a rock and a hard place with that. If we opposed it, without a shadow of a doubt, we would have been labelled racists, right? And we were, I've got to say, and we were. Right? So, I remember saying, and I'm not going to divulge my party room discussions, but I did express my concern.
Yeah, Roger Cook was saying, you know, for the opposition, get on the right side of history. As did
a number of our members, but we were caught between a rock and a hard place. We should not have been in that position. But because the government treats the parliament with contempt, we had no option. So, 18 months later, after that bill went through the parliament, we've then got to deal with it because it's got to come into action. It's got to become into law on the 1st of July of this year. The only problem was we did start hearing concerns because the regulations weren't ready. The regulations were only ready a couple of months before the at Easter of this year. So we couldn't possibly make any comment on it. Now, as a result of that, Mr Acting President, we did start hearing concerns, particularly after the regulations were tabled. The government wouldn't have it, wouldn't hear of it. They would not hear of it. So then on the April 6th of this year, 2023, a media release from the now Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, the Honourable Tony Booty, said in part, new Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Law guidelines released, new laws as the result of extensive co-design consultation process. New laws align with native title and prioritise engagement with Aboriginal people. Guidelines provide balanced approach to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage, enable economic activity.
I think that's a great comment there from Terry. The right side of history, but the wrong side of the people.
State's history, these laws will empower Aboriginal people to be truly involved in the making decisions about activities that impact their cultural heritage. These new laws and guidelines provide a balanced approach to the protection and management of Aboriginal cultural heritage while enabling economic activities such as farming and mining to continue. You think that everything's just peachy. There was another one that went out from the Aboriginal Affairs Minister on the 23rd of April. There's $77 million to invest in bolster a new Aboriginal cultural heritage system, significant new $77 million funding commitment to protect and managing the Aboriginal cultural heritage includes support for new local Aboriginal cultural heritage services. The only problem, there weren't any of them, and there weren't any of them when it became law on the 1st of July. New laws provide for local Aboriginal organisations with authority to speak, and so on and so on. Then there was another one on the 11th of May, new fee system to help protect Aboriginal cultural heritage from the Aboriginal Affairs Minister. State government releases fee model to support new Aboriginal cultural heritage system. $77 million to protect and manage Aboriginal cultural heritage. It says the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2021 will come into effect on the 1st of July 2023 with focus on agreement making between land use proponents and Aboriginal people. We are introducing a completely new system for managing and protecting Aboriginal cultural heritage in Western Australia, one that is fairer and more consultative than what had been developed more than 50 years ago. Aboriginal cultures are some of the oldest living cultures in the world, and we are prioritising consultation and agreement making between land use proponents and Aboriginal people to minimise and avoid impact where.
So just while he's reading some past, I guess, parliament extractions from Hansard.
Frustration, because again, I was prepared to grant the government a degree of respect in this area. They kept on telling us over and over and over again everything was peachy. Now, just to digress for one moment, Mr. Acting President, let's just make it clear. We weren't dealing with amendments to the 1972 Act.
Yeah, okay, so I will just go back to the point I was seeking to make there, and that is, well, firstly on the last point that he just said then, that and that's a few times that you've heard the opposition in Western Australia Parliament, this is live, talk about trusting the government. And I think it was very clear, and you know, I don't want to come back to that, but that really is the rise of platforms like this, and it's because I could see what McGowan was doing with the management of COVID. You only need to look at the recent inquiry into the pandemic that it essentially held by the 3 independent appointed persons, that there's nothing to see here, with Western Australia having the likes of, I think 6 months ago reported, and those figures are about 18 months behind, a 21% excess death rate. And there's nothing to see here. So it was very clear when McGowan got in that he was going to use his powers, and he touted the gold standard of transparency. It was clear in the early stages that the government should not be trusted. I just can't, I'm struggling to get my head around repeated comments from the opposition saying that they trusted the government. You know, I sort of get it. I understand where he's coming from, but I think at one point it needs to be called out. The trust has gone.
It's not going to happen. It's our way or the highway. We know everything. We've got this thumping majority. We're going to use it. Then, out of bolt out of the blue, the then Premier, who had a phenomenal popularity and therefore phenomenal political authority, resigned. He resigned. So then there was a thought that perhaps, just perhaps, his successor in the Honourable Roger Cook, taking over as Premier, might have a different approach, might have a more conciliatory approach, right? That just perhaps he might treat the Parliament with a little more respect. No, didn't happen.
Well, I'm not sure. You know, in Parliament they might have thought that, but certainly the mood on the street, there was no feeling. There was no feeling whatsoever that Roger Cook as Premier would lead the West Australian government differently to Mark McGowan. He was, as was pointed out in this debate, Deputy Premier, and has been seen. You only just need to have a look at the recent Roger Cook denial of a Royal Commission into the health system, and this stems back to the young 9-year-old girl Ashwanda, I think it may be, who went to Princess Margaret Children's Hospital, was told to go home with some Panadol, and 4 or 5 hours later, I think from memory, she suddenly or sadly passed away. And, you know, I remember seeing the footage of Roger Cook going to their home, knocking on the door. They didn't want to speak to him, and he pushed his way in. Why? Because the mainstream media were outside. And, you know, Roger Cook was in no man's land then. He couldn't retreat because mainstream media would have caught that. He's pushed his way inside a grieving family's home to push his political point. And only just yesterday has now come out and denied a Royal Commission into the health system and that particular matter.
It wasn't to be. I dealt with the Honourable Roger Cook, as I've mentioned this before, very closely with the Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill, and I found him eminently conciliatory. So much better to deal with. And we were able to elicit a number of very significant amendments to that piece of legislation, when the nature of this place was a lot different in those days.
Well, again, I'm just going to challenge that, because when we had the Kill the Bill here in Perth, Western Australia, another bill talking about the powers of extending when the state of emergency ended, and introducing that 2-year bill that could enable them to declare a 3-month declaration in Western Australia with, I'm going to say, horrendous and certainly overreaching passages of legislation. Myself and the team, we were at Parliament for both of those public gatherings there, opposing that particular bill. Doorstopped Roger Cook and asked him if he was comfortable with his decision to allow police without a warrant to go into people's homes, use force, break and enter if necessary, for the purposes of establishing whether somebody has recently had stamps. And I'm just going to say stamps for fear of things being audited or censored, I should say. It was very clear then, Roger Cook was not amenable to things. He was marching ahead to the same tune as Mark McGowan.
Libby Madam said, you haven't done your job. The Minister said, you're a shame, you're a disgrace, and went on and on and on. This went on and on and on, right? So we had the audacity to express concerns about the bill, the audacity to do that, to do what we're meant to be doing, listening to our constituents and expressing our concerns. And we just get treated with this vile and spewed insults on a daily basis. But then, as if that wasn't bad enough, the Leader of the Opposition said to the Premier, asked the Premier about ongoing concerns with regard to the Aboriginal Heritage Act. And this is again on Tuesday the 13th of June. This is his first question time, I might add, as Premier. He said, in part, it is appropriate that government takes the time and energy to craft new laws to make sure that we're now in a position to put together a modern legal framework that meets the needs of the community. That is what we've been doing through 3 successive ministers over 18 months. 1,000 people would have been consulted in 90 workshops to continue to make sure we put together a better legal framework that meets the needs of modern history. Industry has said that it wants to engage with people directly with landowners. In addition, traditional owners have said they want more control and active participation in the framework, consistent with Aboriginal heritage protection regimes, and so on and so on. So he's saying, yes, everything's just peachy. And then there was an interjection, and he said, members, listen for a second. Did you hear that? That's the same dog whistle that has been blown in this parliament by both sides of politics for decades. By that side of politics for decades. Whether in the mid-1980s, when the then Burt government was interested in introducing Aboriginal land rights legislation, the early 1990s, when the federal government was implementing native title legislation, which was vigorously opposed and legislated against by the court Liberal government, or now, as we make these modest, modern changes to the Aboriginal Heritage Act. Every time, like a dog returning to its vomit, these guys trot out their straw man arguments to simply distract members of the community and raise these issues in people's minds. They're undermining harmonious reforms that are about respectful observance of Aboriginal heritage. These laws are not radical, these laws are ready to go. And then in a supplementary, the Leader of the Opposition said, does the Premier consider it good enough to force a new system of landowners across the state and cause this widespread concern when it's an arbitrary choice to make the 1st of July the implementation date? And the Premier said, does the Leader of the Opposition think it's good enough that he continues to undermine and scaremonger in the community by raising the same dog whistle arguments that he's raised time and time again? For God's sake, get on the right side of history for a change. Do the right thing. I mean, you've got to be... That's the most disgraceful contempt of Parliament, and I can honestly say I've had since I've been here. Like dogs returning to their vomit. That's what we are. We had the audacity to express concerns about this bill. All we heard from the members opposite, all we heard was that everything was right, everything was fine. I've just read out a plethora of quotes from media releases from the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and the Premier. Each time we were told where to go, each time everything was fine, each time they were saying to the community, to the pastoralists, to the resource sector, to the Aboriginal community, suck it up. That's what they were saying. Then when we raise it in the Parliament, we're told that we're dogs returning to our vomit. Just think about that, guys. That's what we are. That's what we are. We're dogs returning to our vomit. We are not members of the opposition, right, expressing the concerns of the community, because the community is wrong, isn't it? We keep getting told how wrong they are. So, with that, we were scaremongers, and it went on and on and on in the Parliament for the next week. I've got piles of these, but this one was from the 14th of June, the next day. From the Leader of the Opposition to the Premier, if this legislation, as the Minister has outlined, has been making for 5 years, why at this point, only 10 weeks from the implementation, do we still have no local Aboriginal cultural heritage service providers installed? The Premier responded, advisedly, the Leader of the Opposition is wrong, just wrong again. We're getting used to that fact in this place. Again, he seeks to misrepresent the situation and mislead the Parliament in the process. Look, there are probably a dozen questions that I could go through. I draw members' attention to them. Go and have a look at Hansard for the Legislative Assembly. You'll see them there, right? And they are exactly the same thing, single finger salute. How dare you have the audacity, you know, dogs, go back to your vomit. We've got it all right, everything's fine for implementation. Then, that Pastoralists and Graziers Association petition that I spoke to you about, it was ably supported by the Honourable Neil Thompson, was tabled by the Honourable Neil Thompson in this place on the 21st of June 2023, comprehensively outlining the concerns of 30,000 Western Australians. Are they irrelevant? 30,000 Western Australians? Apparently so. Apparently so. Right. Well, you obviously haven't read Hansard, Honourable Member. Okay, now I haven't got time to read the petition out, but it is a very good, well-worded petition. Right? And
The other thing about that, I'll just add quickly then, is when it was tabled, Roger Cook dismissed it because it was an e-petition. Bearing in mind, governments, not only here in WA but across Australia, introduced e-petitions on the back of COVID as a mechanism for people to still interact with Parliament. And Roger Cook dismissed that petition as carrying no weight because it was a digital submission.
And the day after, questions were raised in the Legislative Assembly about this petition, specifically about the petition. They were told where to go. And when Dr Honey asked the Premier about the petition the next day, he said in part, he went on and on and on, he said in part, I noticed today that the opposition is claiming that this is the biggest petition since 1979. I thought that was interesting. Technically, it probably is, because the Legislative Council standing orders were amended recently so it can accept e-petitions. Technically, this is the biggest one, according to the standing orders, has been presented since 1979. That made me wonder what the 1979 petition was about and why it was so huge. I looked at it. It was a petition presented by the late Dr Tom Dador, who was a member for Subiaco, as it was called back in those days. At that time, Tom was a Liberal member for the Legislative Assembly. He had a petition against the Court Liberal government for closing Perth-Fremantle rail line. The records of the Parliament are a bit shady in terms of how many people signed that petition. The public record shows that it's anywhere between 95,000 and 103,000. Now, that's a petition. Obviously, signatures were collected in the more traditional way of going out, talking to people, engaging with them and getting to sign them the petition. How patronising. How patronising. You know, yet again, complete disregard for the views of the community. Complete disregard.
Well, one of the things that you've seen from the Labor government of late is that they don't engage with the public and they don't go out and put themselves and interact with public because of the fear of actually getting a true, as I've said before, true measure, a true barometer of what the people actually truly think post the election.
Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, we've been told consistently by the Premier that everything is fine and that we're just scaremongers and dogs returning to our vomit, right? So perhaps, just perhaps, what we're hearing from those petitioners, those 30,000 petitioners who are irrelevant, or numerous people that contacted me personally, and I mean numerous, and we're not just we're talking people intimately involved with sectors of the community, the pastoralists, the miners, the resource sectors, the Aboriginal community. All is not right. Now, I started hearing whispers at this stage. That's why I'm surprised that the Premier still continued with his vitriolic rhetoric with this thing. I started hearing rumours that even at that stage, they were looking at major changes. Not repealing the bill, but major changes. This is even before the winter break. But no, 1st of July came into effect and it became law. Well, all hell broke loose. But the Premier should be pleased. Media release went out from the Premier and the Aboriginal Affairs Minister on June 29, 2023, talk about these new laws. Modernised implementation on track for new Aboriginal cultural heritage laws. Modernised Aboriginal cultural heritage laws to take effect from July 1. Implementation group established to monitor, report and help address any issues that may arise in the initial stages of implementing the improved laws. WA Government taking an education-first approach to responsible, careful compliance. New Act and regulations follow more than 5 years of extensive consultation and input. 4 new members appointed to the Cultural Heritage Council. Comments attributed to the Honourable Roger Cook. The current legislation is outdated. It wasn't good for Aboriginal people or landowners. It led to incidents like Juukan Gorge, which is a global embarrassment for Australia. We consulted extensively with Aboriginal people in industry to find a balance that allows Aboriginal people to speak for their country and ensures that many activities continue with minimal disruption or additional burden. And according to the Aboriginal Affairs Minister, this is a milestone event in our state's history. It is a culmination of one of the most significant reforms ever undertaken in Aboriginal affairs in Western Australia. We are ready to run with a simpler and fairer system to manage Aboriginal cultural heritage across our state. We have listened and consulted with stakeholders over the past 5 years and will continue to listen and liaise. Remember, everyone, that is on the 29th of June. The 29th of June. Well, all hell broke loose. The laws came into effect. And it was a complete train wreck in July. People will remember it. Probably the most greatest examples of political incompetence in the state's history. Now, the Act was meant to provide stability, certainty and to recognise Aboriginal heritage. It achieved the complete opposite. It provided uncertainty, confusion, anger and division amongst Aboriginal groups. It was a complete unmitigated catastrophe. And as I said, responsibility rests entirely at the feet of the Australian Labor Party, the West Australian Labor Party. They were told, they were warned, and they wouldn't listen. Right? We heard all this stuff about consulting. They wouldn't listen. Now, what happened then, of course, we had a month of disaster. And as has been alluded to, this was at the same time as we were dealing with The Voice. Without a shadow of a doubt, and I don't care what any member opposite says, there is going to be an association of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Bill with The Voice. Without a shadow of a doubt. And that is where the worm turned for The Voice in Western Australia. It really did. And as a direct result of that, we kept on hearing major concerns from landowners, but just members of the general public. And I started hearing more whispers that, in fact, the government was considering repealing the bill. I couldn't believe it. Honestly, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that they would be so... it was such an incompetent act that they have to repeal their own bill after 5 weeks. But lo and behold, and I remember I had some friends around on the Friday night before it was announced, and it came out, the early edition of The West came online, and there it was. And it was. Then on August the 8th, a media release went out by the government. Laws overturned, Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation replaced. After serious consideration and consultation, the Cook Government will repeal Aboriginal cultural heritage laws and restore the original Aboriginal Heritage Act of 1972 with simple and effective amendments to help prevent another Duke and Gorge incident. Honest, I'm frustrated. The Cook Government listens to community feedback and reverses decision. Original Aboriginal Heritage Act of 1972 to be restored with simple amendments. The new legislation went too far, was too prescriptive and complicated. Common sense to drive Aboriginal cultural heritage protection. All additional obligations placed on landowners in 2021 Act to be removed.
Now that was pretty much the day before, or the headlines before, the thousands of farmers turned up on the steps of Parliament House. The government sort of pushed that out. They didn't want West Australian farmers to turn up onto the steps of Parliament over this issue.
29th, and say, how did these two men put these two comments? How can they reconcile these two comments? How can they do it? They were told, they were warned, and they completely ignored all of those warnings.
So I just want to say a comment there, Graham, that these matters the opposition should take to the media at every opportunity. The problem that I can tell you that occurs there is that McGowan in particular here in Western Australia with 7 Media Group, and all of them through the pandemic had an absolute stranglehold on the content of media. And the media, as we've seen, turned woke. They just promoted the government narrative. And I've been at Parliament a number of times and I've seen the opposition come out. I've seen Shane Love a number of times, some of the matters that the Honourable Nick Goren is talking about, and mainstream media just won't give them the time, because the message, they really are just poking and niggling and prodding and pulling the band-aid off the cracks of WA Labor. But you've got a mainstream media that are really controlling the narrative of what people see every night. And that's why platforms like this, I guess, and always blown away by your engagement, your comments, and those that follow what we do, for just out of the desire to bring the other side. And that's why we thank you for that. But then when we have interviews with the likes of, say, Nick Goren, we did interview Neil Thompson, who you first heard open this debate. We are extremely, I guess, proud and grateful that they recognise that that we are wanting to give them the ability to put forward their side of the argument, and this platform has grown over time. That we can demonstrate that their message can get out. And people know, I've never done an interview with Nick Goren where it's prefabricated. That's probably the word I'm looking at. Scripted. We just, I'll contact him and I'll say a particular talking points that I think is relevant and I'd like to poke and prod and explore, and then away we go. But, there's never been a comment, that Nick wouldn't answer. Whether it's in a manner that most people might want to hear is another question, but nonetheless, he gives his time. Pauline Hanson, on her occasions when she's come to Perth, that's been the same. I've done recent interviews with Ralph Babbitt, Senator Babbitt recently, Russell Broadbent recently. Of course, we saw Senator Gerard Rennick that put his faith into allowing us to interact with people in real time. But that is all down to because mainstream media are just simply not doing what they really should be doing. And as I've said from the outset, journalism should never be a government narrative.
Had to deal with, and that is that Section 18s, there is this backlog of Section 18s, and you've got one committee dealing with the Section 18s, right? Now, I asked that at the briefing and was told that they would be meeting fortnightly instead of monthly. So I just want to know if that is the only process that is going to be used to accelerate the consideration of those Section 18s. Because remember, why this all started, there were two reasons. Number one, there was insufficient recognition of Aboriginal people in that Act and their contribution to the process. And I'm totally supportive of those changes. That was desperately needed. I put a majority of Aboriginal people on the ACMC as minister. The second thing is with the ACMC, that's the first one. Oh no, sorry, that was the first one with regard to the problems. The second one was it was so slow and arduous in the process that heritage considerations were taking months and years and years. I'm not convinced. I'd like to think that I can be won over on this, that this new system is going to accelerate the process. I'd like to know how that's going to accelerate the process, if you could please. And also, look, I've got far too much, but I'll just do a couple of others, Minister. First of all, so that's with regard to the ACMC, and I'll flesh that out a bit more in committee. Clause 17 says amendments have been made to streamline the administrative provisions relating to the committee and to empower the committee to determine its own procedures subject to any regulations in effect. I'd like to know what those amendments to this, to streamline this process are, please. If you could get that before the committee stage, I'd really appreciate that. With regard to the, just with regard to the survey, the long-term survey that's going to take place, this is in addition to the actual bill. So that's going to take place over the next 10 years. A plan will take place over the next 10 years to undertake the heritage surveys with the consent of landowners in unsurveyed areas, in high priority areas of the state. That's a significant improvement on the 21 bill. But can I just have a few details on that survey? Just to confirm that it will actually occur. There is that 10-year timeline. Will the details be made publicly available, and will it be compulsory for landowners to participate in that process? Also, the Minister and the Premier both said that farmers, pastoralists and landowners can carry on as they have done in the past 50 years without risk. This sounds good, but is it accurate? I'd like some confirmation of that. And they've said that consistently, that they can carry on as they have without threat. I want to make sure and that will do a lot to placate the concerns that exist out there, particularly with pastoralists. So with that, President, I conclude my comments. Suffice to say, I really want this new amendment bill to work. I desperately want it to work so we have a better, more comprehensive, streamlined Aboriginal Heritage Act that facilitates a process which expedites the process, but recognises and protects Aboriginal culture. As long as it does that, it'll always have my overwhelming support.
Members, the question is the bill be read a second time. The Honourable Steve Martin.
Thank you, President. I rise to make what will be a relatively brief contribution to the Aboriginal Heritage Legislation Amendment and Repeal Bill 2023. I did speak in December, the 9th of December 2021, and I feel obliged to make some comments today, considering what's been an extraordinary turn of events in that intervening period. And I've only been in this place a short time, and we have seen some extraordinary things given the circumstances we've faced in the last couple of years, plus the nature of the numbers in this place. But what has occurred around this particular introduction of the bill, then the Act's coming into enforce.
Just for the comments on YouTube, so I have seen that there. Thank you for those that are saying it's fine your end, and I am just double checking things as this occurs.
It's been repealed, and I'm not sure that the government have done enough to let people know that that's not the case. And obviously it will be done shortly, but certainly at the moment there's, in the community there is an assumption that when the Premier said it's about to happen, it's done. So what I want to do, President, briefly, is to reflect, like others have done, on the process and the background of what's got us to this stage. And if we think back to that rushed introduction of the bill in late 2021, the extra sitting times, and then the rush process.
I think that's an important comment just to circle back to there. because it just came in on the end of what I was saying for the comments on YouTube, that the perception in the WA, with the WA public, I would say most would definitely feel that this act has already been repealed. And he's right when he says that the government, but is it the government's role or is it mainstream media's role? Because mainstream media ordinarily would be the arbitrators. They have the access to be able to get in here. They know what these ministers are saying, and they have the ability to build a story and hold the government to account, but they're simply not doing their job. And they haven't done enough to let people know that this act actually is still in play.
Interrupt debate for question time. Members, are there any questions? President. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, President. My question, without notice, of which some notice has been given, is to the Parliamentary Secretary representing the Minister for Energy. It's 1296. I refer to the Synergy Annual Report 2022-23 tabled in the Legislative Council on the 21st of September 23, and to the statement on page 9 by CEO David Fife that Synergy recorded a net loss before tax of $732.6 million.
Okay, so there you can see the Speaker of the House. I can't see who that is today, but those would well know that understand the parliamentary system that it is a person from the Labor Party has interrupted the debate on this particular bill to have the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2021 bill repealed by going back to question time. Now, Parliament today, as you've already heard in the speeches there, when some of those, when there was some debate, you know, they debated up until midnight, and they will keep going for that. But yeah, you would think, is that disrespectful to the opposition, to the Parliament, to the West Australian people, to the government's commitment that they would repeal this act, as Tony Butty said very, very shortly on the day that he stood in Parliament's House, because they're interrupting the debate to now just go ahead with question time, which they can do any time through the night. So you can just see what's happening in the background there. I will just keep the stream going for a little bit longer, and if I just hear, I'm not sure how long question time will go, and some comments already coming through saying that it is disrespectful. So what I might do, just as a bit of a filler, just bear with me, is I might just set things up to actually bring you some of what Tony Butty said on that day back in Parliament. Let's just recap on that just while they're going through question time. Okay, so I've just got the laptop up here. I'll just make this one full screen.
Has eventuated with the 2021 legislation. The intention of the 2021 has eventuated with the 2021 legislation. The intention of the 2000 has eventuated with the 2021 legislation. The intention of the 2000 has eventuated with the 2021 legislation. All parts of the West Australian community. That's why we have announced that we are repealing the 2021 legislation. When I recently met with the Farmers Federation and their state council out in Bentley about 3 weeks ago, I think, a couple of major concerns that were being expressed. One was the due diligence challenges from the new Act, and also the issue of the survey costs. In regards to going back to the 1972 Act, those due diligence obligations are now not there. It's the Act that at that council meeting many of the farmers said they were used to and have lived with for 50 years. In regards to the surveys, the government is going to start a process of surveying unsurveyed areas and areas of high priority, and also we're looking at when farmers and other landowners, it's not just farmers, there are other landowners, if they do want their land to be surveyed, they can approach government. The finer details of that have to be worked out. That's not part of the legislation, that's part of policy, and there's also budgetary implications. But as far as the legislation, I'll be giving notice in Parliament very, very shortly that we will be introducing a bill to repeal the 2021 legislation and revive the 1972 Heritage Act, Aboriginal Heritage Act that people have been working with since 1972. I thank you all very much for actually, I really do respect the ability to be able to speak to you this afternoon. I know that we have caused a lot of distress. I'm very, very sorry for that. I can assure you that was never, ever our intention. We are, as the Aboriginal Affairs Minister, I am now devoted to ensuring that the legislation that we are going to introduce can work in a way that is of benefit for all Western Australians, and heritage, whether it's Aboriginal heritage or other heritage, as we know, is incredibly important. I think it was Tony or John, I'm not sure which one said, that farmers have worked their lands for sometimes generations. You have an acute sense of heritage. I know that you don't want to destroy heritage of any type, so I look forward to working with you and moving forward so we can have a regime that you can feel comfortable with and that you can enjoy your livelihood and the industry going forward. Once again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you. And that you can enjoy your livelihood and the industry going forward. Once again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thanks very much, Minister Booty. Just finally, I'd like to call on Shane Love so we can hand over the motions from the Katanning meeting to be presented in Parliament. I think all of the politicians at this stage have got the message that democracy was not working too well, and I think we as a group have shown that we can make it work for everybody. So
hopefully
well done to all of you
and the
anybody
feedback
else
there.
who's put their
It was playing back on Facebook and YouTube at the same time.
So I'd like
so
now to call
for
on
that.
Shane
Not
Love,
sure how
Leader of
much
the
of that you
Opposition.
got. But that
And
was
I don't
Tony
think I need to read
Rudy
them out
back
again, Shane, but
about
you can
9
tell us
weeks
what you're
ago
going to do with
when
them.
he was saying that the Act was going to be withdrawn.
Yeah, thanks very much, John. And once again, congratulations to all of you who have put such an effort in over the last 5 weeks. And we've seen this reversal, which has been announced today. And I've taken on board the motions that came from Katanning. We'll look at them. Obviously, the landscape's changed a bit on some things, but we'll work with those to ensure that when we're looking at the new legislation or the old legislation, which will come back, any modifications to that take on board your concerns as highlighted here. So thanks very much. Congratulations to you all, and I wish you a safe journey back to your farms and your homes and your businesses. Thank you.
John said right into it, so I'm right into it. There's one person I would really like to congratulate through the whole of this debate we've been having. We weren't really getting anywhere. We weren't getting the traction. And then Neil Thompson called me up one day and he said, how about a petition? What do you think, Tone? What about it? You'll need to propose it and I'll do it. And so without Neil actually initiating that petition and getting those signatures together, this was the pivot point that the whole debate, it pivoted on that petition. So look, I'd like to ask Neil just to say a few words, but you probably, most of you don't know who he is, but he's had a huge part to play in what's happened here. So Neil.
Thank you. Thank you. That is the single word that I want to give today. Thank you for the support. As parliamentarians, we cannot represent you without your support. So thank you. Thank you for bringing yourselves here today. Thank you for signing the petition. Thank you for having your voices heard in those forums so that this government was held to account. This government was held to account and in an unprecedented way changed course. This has never happened, as far as I'm aware, in the history of Western Australia, where a bill has been introduced into the Parliament, passed, and within 4 weeks the decision has been made to repeal. That is only because of you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Neil. I think it's really also extremely important to acknowledge that, you know, WA farmers, pastoralists and graziers and WA Grains Group have worked really hard together on this. We've met on a few occasions. As I said, we've had a bit of argy-bargy, but that's what democracy's all about. Sound, reasoned and robust debate. And sadly, that didn't happen with this bill. So, look, just finally, I think I'd like to thank all of you for coming out today. With the risk of the rain, some people have come huge distances, and I think that is really appreciated. I think this is an amazing turnout and a win for democracy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so they still have question time in Parliament. I am monitoring that on the side. As you can see, let me get the finger right this way, yes, because I've switched it around on the switcher. This is Vision, what you're seeing here, which was back about 9 weeks ago on the day that they actually announced it. So I'm not sure, comment below if you think, I mean, this stream's been going for 3 hours odd now. I really do want to bring some of the WA Labor MPs, some of their rebuttal debates to this bill to see what they say, because that is of interest, I'm sure, not only to myself, but to others. If you think that that's enough in terms of the stream, then I will, I'm quite happy to call it a day in terms of that front, or I'll just keep filling in from the day. There's probably a couple of points that I do want to highlight just here from that particular rally.
Yep, there we go. He's going up to... So Tony Maddox has a property up in 2J. As he just said, he is being prosecuted under the old Act because he built a Passover in order to cause harm. And you certainly would get a different response, as I've just outlined with John Maddox, as to what he feels in relation to that harm. And I might just wander up to the step, retrieve my other mic without trying to... Sorry. Let's go. Down a little bit lower, I might get Freedom Media WA on. How was the coffee on the drive up? Any good? Coffee, yeah.
Oh yeah, not bad. It's really interesting.
How far have you come today?
I've just come from down Armidale way today. Yeah.
And what did you think of? Original Act as it stands, some of the provisions in there are quite onerous.
There's a farmer in 2J right now that's in really deep strife over a culvert that he put over a small creek on his entranceway to his homestead, and he's in strife under the old Act. So there are provisions in there that are pretty damn dangerous too. It's freehold land, and he didn't intersect with heritage, he intersected with culture. And so the culture aspect of it is hard to measure and very dangerous.
So to be fair to say, Tony, that you know, as you've said in your address here to WA farmers, that this issue is not over by any long means.
It's not over by any means, and most of all, we didn't go to where we should have gone to. The farmers were here, but this is about every landholder, a small block in Mundaring, Mundajong, up in the hills, a school oval, a playground. Every single part of land ownership in the state was going to be impacted by this. And I don't know enough about the 72 Act to really be able to speak that strongly on it. But we also need to be very careful that a government that's angry doesn't suddenly decide it's going to enforce parts of that Act that we don't even know about.
Because I guess that historically that has been one of the issues with the Act. People might say, well, where did this come from? It's more the enforcement, that they haven't been enforcing that, and not putting words into your mouth, but the inference that I get from that is, could the government become vindictive and start weaponising the old provisions?
Look, we'd have to hope not. I mean, that would be totally unproductive, and it wouldn't be in the spirit of what happened today. But look, in the end, it comes down to bureaucrats and what they decide to do. I hope they won't. What we've got right now is a piece of legislation that at its core was racist. It was going to stir up animosity between Indigenous people and the rest of the community. Yes. And that's deadly dangerous. I would say to any people that are involved in any of the regulations or the drafting of changes to this legislation, keep in mind.
I'll just pause it just there. I don't want to interrupt what Tony's saying, so some of the comments there, I just had to run around and get some power for one of the the iPad here that I'm using to control everything in the background. That was about to drop out. They still have question time in Parliament. There's not much of interest there. Most of what I am hearing the WA Labor government is taking, as you would probably have come to expect, taking a lot of the questions on notice, even though some of the questions, some notice has been given. And then the replies, so there's a few that they're replying to. Anything that's controversial seems to be taken on notice, which you would well expect. So I'll just bring this back up again. This is Tony Seabrook. Bearing in mind this is from 9 weeks ago, on the day that they announced that
that if you give Indigenous people power over freehold land and over the normal activities that people that own that land are going to carry out, this will not be harmonious within our society. And it's crucial that we don't allow it to happen.
Tony, many people wanting to say congratulations. I won't hold you up any further. I would just like to ask you this one last question. For those in the city, we reach predominantly Western Australia, and also predominantly the Western metro area. How can the people at home that live in the suburbs help support the WA farmers on this issue?
Oh, look, in a million different ways. Farmers are feeling very abused and bashed at the moment, and we've got a government that's not been supportive of a lot of the things we do. The live export trade is one, use of glyphosate is another one, GM crop technology. The list is as long as your arm of all these areas where farmers are feeling as though they've been cast out into the wilderness. So look, the simple thing would be supportive of us. Just live export is a massive industry for all of us. Be supportive. Yep. Give us a hand to do what we do. We produce magnificent food and lots of it. And just give us a hand to do what we do and stop those crazies out there that want to intersect with what we do.
There we go. That's, you've heard it directly from Tony Seabrook. Thank you very much, Tony.
Pleasure.
Appreciate your time.
Good stuff.
And yeah, we'll let you get back, I'm sure.
So I've just interrupted or paused the stream just there. Let's just get rid of that one, and I'll just bring this back up so that I can just show you here. I've interrupted again Tony Seabrook speaking there because I have just been able to establish that they will be reconvening the debate after 5 p.m. That's in another 12 minutes. So this stream's been going for some 3 hours and 12 minutes already. I can see there. From my viewpoint, it takes a lot to shut it down and recommence the stream again. So I think I will just try and pad as best I possibly can. Maybe do the rounds of some of your comments, or I can continue just playing some bits and pieces that you heard again 9 weeks ago, which you can see. Wait, I've got it now. on that side there, Tony Seabrook, that was on the day that WA farmers turned up. So just, I can either go back to that, I'll just minute mark where he's at there, 9:40, 45:40. I just sort of, I am going to try and find one particular part here where I think his name was Alistair, a gentleman by the name of Alistair. I spoke to him, and he's from the Grains Association, from memory, and I'm just bringing it back here, where he was talking about. I asked him the question about the consultation, and he was saying that his industry group and primary producer group that he represents had not been consulted over this particular act, and he was very clear on that. And I'm just, I think I've got it here. I'm just going to fast forward, and I might just bring you some of that. Let me just get the audio up for that, and I'll turn. Let's have a listen to this.
That's if we
People are actually really important.
Okay, well, no, everybody's important. Those here. Firstly, your name?
Alistair Falconer.
Alistair and
Ferguson Stewart.
And Ferguson Stewart. And can I ask, how far have you come to be here today?
About 300 k's.
300 k's. And I mean, don't you just love it with in Western Australia, in particular, for those that are on the East Coast, when they say about 300 k's. I mean, it's just down the road, really, and that's what farmers say. But 300 k's, you know, there would be a lot going on that you would be foregoing to be here today. What did you think? What did you think of Minister Tony Buddy's words?
Look, I guess we'll believe it when we see it. I guess what we're asking for is the fact that there was no consultation in the first place. But so, before anything happens, we'd like to know what, and have an opportunity to be involved in that.
Well, could I suggest to you that the Tony Seabrook and John Hassel from the WA Farmers and the Pastoral and Graziers Association, many farmers have been pushing for the consultation. So when you say no consultation, it's from the government.
Well, we're from the WA Grains Group, and we were never consulted.
Right, okay.
Obviously, we were...
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Wow.
No, we didn't. We've sent letters, and there was no response. And, that's why we worked with WA Farmers and the Pastorals and Graziers, because it was such an important thing for our members that, we really needed to make an effort. And you'd have to say that I realise now this is the first time an act has ever been repealed in WA, and it was done from the leadership of the farming community.
And I think, when you look at that, many things can be said about that, but I guess there was opportunity for the government to press pause. That's all you were asking for, 6 months pause to engage in further consultation, but they rammed it through and they continued, I guess, arrogant and ignorant to a 30,000 people signatory. Your representation for those in the grain industry, what would your membership consist of?
Well, look, we supply a huge amount of grain to the world market, our members, and we were very disappointed with the arrogance that was shown and the fact that they weren't listening, and even slagged anybody who had an opposing view off. As Libby said, dogs returning to their own vomit. That's a pretty harsh statement to make.
And Roger Cook said that not once but twice. Very unparliamentary comments that he said in relation to that.
Yeah, definitely. Very disappointing.
Yeah, it's a time, and certainly when you're talking about getting on the right side of history, that's probably the wrong side of history for Cook. To go so far as, let me sort of get right to a pointy question. Do you think Roger Cook should resign over his implementation of this? Or is that...
Yes, I do. 100%. Yeah. And I think Tony Buddy needs to take some responsibility as well. When you look at it, obviously, as I mentioned, the mental well-being of people in the regions is documented to be, probably the worst in the country. Yep. And this act, as it was pushed through, and the fact that it wasn't, any concerns weren't listened to, made a lot of people very anxious. And, hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
You've had well, you say that the grain for WA, it is on the international market exceptionally well received. We've had just federally, the government made announcements with the barley and China easing the imports on that.
Yep.
But I mean, the person in the city who really may not understand this, what would you say to them to help them join in your battle? Because it's not over.
Oh, look, I think, you know, there's been studies done and I've read articles that say that Australian farmers are the most sustainable in the world. We've got the lowest fertiliser use per hectare, lowest pesticide use per hectare. Our carbon footprint is one of the lowest in the world. So we are already well and truly,
you're down the road in the right direction.
We're well and truly leaders in our field, and we just need to be let to do what we need to do to run our business in the manner that everybody expects. And when we get a massive overreach legislation like this and other regulations that have come, it really affects our ability to do it, and it makes us unprofitable.
Have you had any feedback from any members that from July 1 actually tried to engage with the Larks to get this cultural?
I guess that was part of the problem because there was no Larks around to engage with.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't organised. There was no, you know, there was nothing in place to even make this law a thing because there was no Larks, and you know, it seemed to change every day when you looked at the website to see what sites were of cultural significance, or you know, and the rest of it. So,
I guess where I was looking to go with that, but perhaps as a representative of the grain industry, has there been any talk for those farmers, or is it still too early, that may have already paid for fees and heritage surveys and implemented significant financial outlays to put things in order from July 1 for a refund? Has there been any talk in relation to that?
Look, I haven't heard of anything personally.
Do you think it should happen?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so there we go, and about 300 kilometres, and I say that we spoke to Russell Broadbent from over in Victoria. He's got some family up in Geraldton. When we were talking about the distance, he did say and reminded me we need to excuse those on the East Coast that don't understand exactly that sort of distance there. The turnout today for people to come the distance, you know, I've spoken to, if I add up the cumulative distance that people have travelled within about 5 people, that's over 1,000 kilometres. What do you think of the turnout today?
Look, I think it was very impressive. Obviously, you know, there's been a lot of softening up over the weekend with the government coming out in the media talking about the fact that they were going to repeal the Act, or, you know, definitely look at repealing it. There was a little bit in the Sunday paper about, you know, how they, you know, really do support live export. You know, there's all these sort of things to soften up the crowd, plus we got a bit of rain. So to get the people we did, I think was really impressive, and proud to be part of it.
No, that's fantastic. I guess it's an outcome, but it's not over, and that's what needs to be reinforced in relation to that. So you've also travelled.
No, I'm a local, but I support the Grains Group. So.
The Grains Group. Yeah. What would you say then, as a local, from your perspective? How did you get engaged to offer the support?
I was parliamentary staff for quite some. Well, up until a couple of years ago, I saw the original version of this Act, and I was appalled then. I was very glad, very happy that it didn't come to fruition during the time that I was there. So when the Grains Group asked me to assist them with a little bit of admin work and a little bit of help, I was very happy to do that.
So can I ask you, you're talking leading up to December 21 for the amendments that have just... Yeah.
Yes.
So you're inside working knowledge?
Yes. Both Lucy and I saw the Act in it's probably one of its original forms. Yeah. So.
And I guess alarm bells would have been ringing for you at that particular point. That would then start a consultation process, and you've been advising to hear that you've sent submissions and the government hasn't responded. As an ex-parliamentary staffer, how does that make you feel?
Oh, undervalued, certainly, as a group. Most people don't realise that the reliance that rural communities have on grain growers, and that although they may not be a huge number, we have whole communities that exist because of grain farms. To dismiss them and their concerns, I think, was appalling.
It would be, I guess, how do you reassure people? So you're no longer in the Parliament?
No, I'm not. I'm semi-retired.
And probably well-deserved, but how would you reassure people that there are more that have the mindset of yourself still working in the corridors of WA Parliament?
And
if only I could just put into words the look on your face right then.
No, I don't think I could even try. I don't know what the people in there are thinking or how they're thinking, but it's certainly nothing good is going to come of it, as far as I can see.
That would have to be an incredibly sad indictment of the legacy of all of your work and efforts.
Well, it's what happens when government has too much power. There is no consultation. There is no concern about what people feel about it. It's a result of the government having control over both the houses of Parliament.
And we've seen, say, the by-election down in Rockingham, there was a 22% swing against the sitting member, well, against the seat, I should say, in relation to that for, what's her name, Magenta. There would be Labor backbenchers that wouldn't have a 10% margin in some of their seats. Do you feel that has sent enough of a message to the West Australian people?
The message doesn't need to be sent to the West Australian people. The message needs to be sent to the people in the House here.
But the West Australian people are the ones that are voting.
They are voting, but whether it will certainly affect the vote for this government. Whether that results in another party having enough seats to take government is another.
Digressing slightly, but calling on your experience as a ex-parliamentary staffer, take it as a rhetorical question. What do you see as being the right balance?
2 terms ago, this government would have had a mix with a few extra people in the lower house. In the upper house, they had a handful of independents who didn't.
So I did just do a quick check just then to see what's happening in Parliament. I'll just bring that back up now for you. It is just more of the same question time, and yeah, but I understand that we won't be too far away, or Parliament in Western Australia here will not be too far away from recommencing the debate into the repealing of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. So we'll just go with a little bit more. This is again footage from 9 weeks ago at the rally when WA farmers came in, when Tony Buddy, the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs here in Western Australia, told people that the Act, the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act, would be repealed very, very shortly. Of course, I played you that footage, but we'll just go ahead and continue.
Follow a party line, and if they join forces, they could be swayed. And if the issue was important enough and valued enough, and I saw that happen quite a lot.
So if I said to you the proposition that having more independence opens up a better line of communication and consultation with bills that the government are looking to put through?
Yes and no, because you can actually go too far the other way. You can end up with still a fairly large number of government seats, but if too many, or an equal number even, are spread across independents, that's not going to be a good outcome either.
Right, and a fantastic, I mean, I could talk, I've got 100 questions in my head, but I really appreciate your comments there. Thank you very much for talking to those on the live stream, and yeah, all the best going forward. We certainly hope with the grain and, you know, that's, how's the season looking up that way?
A bit dry this year.
Bit dry?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so we need some of this stuff, you know,
absolutely.
Just down the road?
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks again. We appreciate your comments. Sorry. Cheers. So there we go. I'm sorry? There we go. He's just saying...
Okay, so I will just bring you back, just checking audio as well, just to make sure. Of course, I'm on standby as soon as I can see that there will be something reconvening, excuse me, in Parliament. This is just Sue Ellery answering. She actually is answering a question here. Nothing really worthwhile bringing there. It's 5:04. I'll probably give it to, say, 5:15. That will be my cutoff, and if the debate hasn't reconvened, then I will look to end the stream and call it a day in terms of that. Of course, I will be monitoring to see what happens, and hopefully I can either record or bring in the future the government's response in relation to repealing. Okay, so
into this man. The Western Australia Police Force provided an incorrect date of 13 November 2019. The correct date is 14 November 2019. And the Honourable Member's third question being, if yes to two, when did this occur? The Western Australia Police Force provided an incorrect date of 13 November 2019. The correct date is 15 April 2020. I apologise to the House for the error. And
Minister.
President, I would like to provide an answer to the Honourable Nicola Owen's question without notice 1156, asked on the 21st of September, which I tabled.
That document is tabled. Are there any further answers? The Minister for Agriculture and Food.
President.
Okay, just seeing some comments coming through. There seems to be a little bit of lag in terms of the comments coming through from Rumble. So it appears that the audio on Rumble isn't coming through as loud as it could be. So I apologise for that. I've just seen your comment come through. I am just doing my audio checks now because I've changed the some of the switching my end, and I had to run some power for my device, which I'm running off the battery pack. So hopefully everything is all good now, and when we come back, you will be able to, of course, you won't be able to hear the audio just here because I have that down. Okay, it sounds like they are about to kick back off, so yes, they are. I'll bring this up now for you.
Yeah. The issues that have got us to this point where we're considering the repeal and amendment of the 1972 Act. And I wasn't going to, but the Honourable Peter Collier set the tone when he quoted him.
Okay, so the debate for the repeal of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act has reconvened. So here we go.
A bill, subsequently Act, of course. So on the Thursday, the 9th of December 2021, I did say there is simply too much that we do not know about, and the regulation process will be crucial to how this lands. The Minister will have a large workload, and I wish him all the best, because this is important legislation and it deserves a good outcome. As I said, I think that much of it probably depends on the regulatory framework that will be decided upon. Of course, I wasn't the only member from this side of this place who mentioned the detail would be crucial to this bit of legislation that we're now repealing. And of course, I can only imagine the horror, I hope it was the horror on the minister's face when those very, very prescriptive regulations and guidelines landed on his desk. It was a different minister, of course, but that's when things started to unravel. And I know a number of members attended those consultation meetings that were held across the state after details of the regulations became public. And I do want to spend a little time talking about that experience, so I know at least a few of my colleagues, and I think the Honourable Darren West and I were at a couple of these. The public were genuinely confused about what was coming. It was more than confusion, Acting President. They were angry in certain circumstances, and one of the reasons that they were angry because of the way that they had been dealt with, and by extension, the way that we had been dealt with. And the Honourable Peter Collier raised this. When the now Premier Roger Cook, and this was in his brief exploration of his tough guy role early in his tenure, got on the front foot and was calling us dogs returning to his vomit. Sorry, to not his vomit, Freudian slip, to our vomit. And we had members of his team accusing the Honourable Shane Love of racism. I think the public were looking on and thinking, hang on, we have genuine concerns here, and they're the views of the government about people raising those genuine concerns on our behalf. So going back to those series of consultation meetings that were held around the state, and I attended a fair few, but there was one in particular when I knew things were really starting to unravel, and it was a very mild, well-mannered, polite local government meeting, one of those zone meetings a few of us regional members have to turn up to fairly regularly, 15 or 16 Shire presidents and CEOs, and they were getting a briefing from a department staffer about the rollout of the ACH. And a fairly sharp CEO from a town in the Great Southern was inquiring about the LAX process and how that would work, and if they, for example, wanted to widen a road or put a culvert in, who do they call? And the department staffer said, well, you get in touch with your local LAC, and obviously that hasn't been established yet, and then you probably call the South West Land and Sea Council. And the CEO quickly replied, well, I've been doing that for a week and a half. I'm calling them twice a day. They're not picking up. And the staffer went an ashen colour and said, well, I'll have to get back to you on that. And this was literally weeks before the rollout of the legislation. And as we heard from the government, far-reaching legislation would have an enormous impact across landowners of greater than 1,100 square metres. And the department staffer absolutely knew there was a problem. It wasn't resourced. It absolutely wasn't resourced. The LARCs didn't exist in most of the state. And whatever consultation had taken place between December 2021 and the rollout of the bill hadn't worked, hadn't been enough. I attended another meeting in Merredin where a local Aboriginal person was about the second or third speaker from memory after a fairly fired up first or second speaker, and he said to the staffers, the department advisors again, I don't know anything about this at all. And this is my patch. I'm the guy that will be involved if there's a LARC set up in my area. I don't know what's going on. Again, weeks before the legislation was due to arrive. And I just want to make some remarks, Acting President, about one of the reasons I think, particularly where I'm from, why this hit so hard and why people were so upset about what was going on. And it was the 1,100 square metres. It was the 1,100 square metres. That was one of the key changes from this 1972 Act to this 2021 bill and then 21 Act. And people who live out there, away from the suburbs, knew what that was about. Apparently this new Act was brought in after what happened at Duke and Gorgon would solve all the issues surrounding Aboriginal cultural heritage in Western Australia, but only, Acting President, on blocks bigger than 1,100 square metres. So farmers, horticulturalists, hobby farmers, all those other people out there, suddenly it was your job on your land to save and preserve our Aboriginal cultural heritage. In the suburbs, if it exists, and I assume it doesn't matter. We've carved that out of the legislation. We're looking after them, and that's probably where most of the votes in Western Australia are. So I think that 1,100 square metre change had a significant role in the impact this bit of legislation had, particularly in the regions, particularly from the farming community. The miners knew what was coming, so they were prepared. In fact, they welcomed the change. But that 1,100 square metre change rankled with larger landowners. So it became obvious quite quickly that there was a problem. The larks didn't exist. It was very difficult to get the same bit of information from the minister or an advisor or a separate advisor. That information apparently changed over the short time that in the lead up to the bill becoming live. And then after the event, as we've heard from other members, nothing to see here, it's all good. Going smoothly, I think was the term from the Honourable Tony Bertie. Going smoothly. Until all of a sudden it wasn't. It wasn't. In a staggeringly short amount of time, they've gone from this landmark change to legislation to hang on, we've got a problem, we need to scrap it. And the timing, of course, was interesting, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about the confluence of events with The Voice at the same time, but I'm guessing the calls from Canberra were daily or more than daily, saying, what are you doing? The public are linking the two issues very, very clearly. You've got to sort this. Because they probably could have ridden it out, but it was smashing the support for The Voice, and it was dividing communities, and that was very, very disappointing.
Yep, there's no doubt, even in the Voice campaign, they've said that the public, Peter Dutton's been saying it for some time, set aside his politics, whether you subscribe to it or not. But I guess any parliamentarian that's worth their weight in salt, that's wanting to push something forward that people, that they want people to adopt, very well know that Australians are very used to smelling the bullshit and sniffing it out. And that's exactly what happened here, and I do agree. I've got no doubt that there would have been, some calls. The number of calls is, we'll never know the number of calls, but we know this, that Roger Cook, or then Premier Mark McGowan, has received specialist advice relating to The Voice if it gets up, that Mark McGowan and Roger Cook are holding to themselves, but that advice really belongs to the people. They're not releasing it, and therefore it would have been causing it. There's a reason why they're not releasing that, and those calls would have well and truly been coming through.
A compliance-based mechanism. Sorry, a complaint-based mechanism. So you were pretty much okay unless someone either made a complaint or dobbed you in. And that was for the vast bulk of private landowners. The mining companies went through the process, even if it was slow and cumbersome, and they certainly wanted some change. But for the rest of us, most of us didn't know the Act existed, to be honest. Certainly the farming community had no interaction with that Act on any real level for the last 50 years. Now, that's probably some of our fault, but it's the truth. So. And now I think what's changed, the government are actually trying to put that toothpaste back in the tube. One of the reasons the complaints-based mechanism worked, I suppose, because there weren't many complaints. People didn't know what was out there. Is there anyone in Western Australia now who doesn't know we have had 2 Aboriginal heritage or cultural heritage acts in the past 50 years. Everybody knows it's there. People are now looking for more sites, and they are probably going to be looking for more things to make a complaint about. So I think the nasties in the 72 Act have now been magnified by what has happened in the past 18 months with the 2021 Act. And how we deal with that, how the department deal with that, and how the compliance of that is handled will be crucial to the success, even if this is short-term success. The Minister has said this is it, there's nothing else planned, which I think is a little unusual, but we'll see how this goes. So a couple of things, Leader of the House. So the consultation is referred to, and Minister Booty did say in the other place during consideration of the bill that the approval system that applied under the Section 18 of the 72 Act is a simple system to understand and navigate, but it needs strengthening to ensure that Aboriginal people can also object if they do not consider their views have been appropriately considered. So I'm interested in the level of that consultation and the level of, so which Aboriginal people? Are there statutory bodies? Are there land groups? Are there land councils? Are there is the gentleman that spoke at the Meriden meeting now able to have a view on what's happening in his patch? Apparently he couldn't before the 2021 Act, and I'm certain he would like to now. So I'd just like some background about whose views are being appropriately considered, and I think it was raised by others. And what does that look like? What's the timeliness of that? For how long do those views need to be considered? After the event, etc. Now, another issue that I wouldn't mind a little bit of detail on is the Minister's power to suspend a consent while new information is considered. Again, there was a fair bit of debate about this in the other place, but the level of new information I think is interesting, and there was an amendment moved in the other place that obviously didn't succeed, but are we talking, well, I'm sure the Leader of the House will be able to outline what exactly that new information means. Everything between I've discovered another Duke and Gorge or something a lot less important. So there's those couple. Again, the timelines to transition to the new Act, and people who have already acted in that little window we've got between when the 2021 Act came into place and, well, whenever the new Act comes into be repealed and then replaces it. So where are we with those people? Are those claims or are those processes still rolling over, or has everyone just stopped? I don't know what the mining sector are doing. I don't know what farmers are doing. I think they're pretty much ignoring it, but are they liable for anything, for any work that takes place at the moment? I think everyone's put their head in the sand hoping it goes away, to be frank. So, Leader of the House, if I could have a little bit of detail about that. The cost, by the way, some information around what this has cost the state and the taxpayers of Western Australia, and will continue to cost until the new Act comes into place. There were significant work done getting the LARCS process started, at least. So I don't know how far that's got, but if we could have some indication of what that looks like. And
I think that's an important one, the question that he raises there, and that's asking about the costs and what is the cost to the West Australian people to bring this bill up when the government were told at nearly every step of the way that it's problematic and that it's just a bad piece of law, yet the government bulldozed ahead. a bit like Anthony Albanese with the referendum, he's been told in the early stages, that not providing the details is causing concern for the Australian people. And it should also be remembered when it comes to referendums that without bipartisan support, which the 1999 referendum did have bipartisan support, where it doesn't exist, then history shows that they fail. So what you have here is you have the government pushing ahead with the 2021 reforms for the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act, being told that it's bad, but they went ahead. So that's a really good question that I think he's asked there, is what is the actual cost and the ongoing costs to kind of circle back and drop this, because I'm sure there's many other things that the WA State Parliament could be addressing. The healthcare crisis, for example, ambulance ramping is still there. And also, homeless, I guess, in Western Australia. So, an interesting question.
Has been a mess, and some harm has been done. And I hope that the amendments to the 1972 Act are sufficient, that we can have a regulatory framework going forward that meets the needs of Aboriginal people protecting their heritage and landowners and business to keep this state moving ahead. Thank you.
The Honourable Colin de Grasso.
Thanks, Acting President. And I too rise to contribute to the second reading of the Aboriginal Heritage Legislation Amendment and Repeal Bill 2023. And I'm going to start with a quote, and it's a quote that's been used in contributions on this side today again already, but it is an important quote, and that is the words of the Premier, the now infamous words of the Premier on the 13th of June of this year, where he said, "Members, listen for a second. Do you hear that? That is the same dog whistle that has been blown in this parliament by that side of politics for decades. Every time, like a dog returning to its vomit, these guys trot out their straw man arguments to simply distract members of the community and raise these issues in people's minds." Now, if we move forward just a month and a bit from those infamous words, and the front page of the West Australian on the 24th of July 2023, and there were some, I think the headline for the article was "Shock Polling Results," something along those lines, which showed a pretty interesting result had an election been held at that particular point. And just 3 days after that, the front page of the same newspaper, the West Australian, had the headline "Heritage Changes," and in brackets, "and it's not a moment too soon." And this article quotes the Premier, or it says at the start of this article, "Premier Roger Cook is prepared to make changes where Aboriginal heritage laws need to change. In the clearest sign yet, momentum is building for an overhaul of the controversial legislation." That statement, delivered by the Premier in Port Hedland on Wednesday, was echoed by Finance Minister Sue Ellery, who said the government was open to modifying regulations governing the Act immediately if major issues were identified. Interesting that so soon after that other article outlining the polling results, that a sudden desire to change the legislation seemed to emanate. Now, just a little later than that, we obviously know that the government made a media statement, or put out a media statement on the 8th of August, which is headlined "Laws Overturned, Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Legislation Replaced." So we know that they were prepared to indeed make major changes. In fact, they were prepared to repeal this legislation in an act that has not occurred very often at all in this place. So we all know that cultural heritage is a very complex area to navigate. It's not easy to get it right, and it's something that we all across both sides of the chamber ought to collectively work together to do. And I know a number of members have referred to the debate on the 2021 legislation, and indeed those comments were reflected in much of the second reading speeches from members on this side of the chamber in this place and the other, and that is that we need to get this stuff right. We need to do it in the right way to achieve the best outcome for the state and for its people in order to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage. That's how it is supposed to work. That's how it's supposed to work. But that is not how it works under this government and under the former McGowan Labor government. The arrogance of both those governments has certainly played out on the floor of this parliament, in the media and in the community. It's a government that believes it can't do anything wrong and it doesn't have to answer to anyone. It's so self-deluded and arrogant, in fact, Acting President, that it could not contemplate that it had got something so seriously wrong. And even when the opposition were raising legitimate concerns during the debate and afterwards on how that new legislation was going to be implemented, they just wouldn't listen. They couldn't understand that there were circumstances where the opposition might actually genuinely be interested in good public policy. It simply couldn't believe that the opposition's intentions were not politically motivated and that what we were dealing with was an issue that was far too important to get wrong. Instead, the government seemed to believe that the opposition's sole intention, Acting President, was simply to score political points to get the government to delay the implementation of that bungled bill. But are, of course, very wrong. What is disturbing is that there seems to be no point where the government truly understood how desperately badly they had botched the implementation process when it was absolutely clear to everybody else in the community that they had. It's not an issue that the opposition magically created or orchestrated. We didn't have to solicit those First Nations organisations, those community members, those industry members and everyday citizens who came to us, those mining and agricultural contractors, those earth-moving contractors and other members of the general public who were voicing their concerns about the implementation of the 2021 ACH legislation. We were simply reflecting the concern in the community from industry and everyday citizens who had this very complex and cumbersome legislation imposed upon them. It was never more clear to me, Acting President, that the government really did not understand, and I extend government to its agencies as well. It was never more clear to me that the government had no understanding of just how concerned people were out there in the real world than when I was at the airport, Perth Airport, that is, Terminal 2, about to catch a flight down to Esperance one evening in June. Of course, that was the night before the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage legislation implementation meeting that was held in Esperance the next day. And I bumped into a couple of the poor public servants who were tasked with the job of running that meeting in Esperance. And my colleague and I had a good conversation with them about what we were hearing on the ground. Are you guys ready? These are the sort of questions you'll get asked. This is the sort of thing that people are coming to us with. We knew that particular meeting was oversubscribed. They couldn't fit all the people in who wanted to register to come and see it. And we certainly did our best to forewarn them that be prepared. You'll probably get some hard questions. Make sure you're ready to listen and hear the people. They weren't worried at all. No, this is all fine. There's not a real problem here. The first slide we've got, everyone will be calm after that because they'll see it's not going to impact them, and they'll see it'll be fine. And of course, we all know, Acting President, that they only got through 5 of their slides at that particular presentation, at that particular meeting. They couldn't answer most of the questions that were put to them by concerned members of the community, and they weren't really hard questions. They were genuine questions about the processes, the things that these people do every day, and they wanted to know the answers as to what they needed to do to ensure that they could go on doing what they do, whether they be farmers or contractors and so on. Now, it's not the fault of those public servants.
And the other thing that I'll add there with the Esperance meeting is that it was absolutely oversubscribed. I think they released about 50 or 60 tickets. You had to pre-register for that. And when they got there, there was a huge amount. I think it was in excess of 500 or 600 from memory. I did actually get some photos of that, which I posted. and it was oversubscribed to the extent that they had to postpone the meeting and go and find another venue down in Esperance to hold this meeting. So, you know, those bureaucrats were caught on the back foot from the very outset when they got off the plane, despite this minister, as he's just told you, pre-warning them that it would happen, and I guess another flippant response that they'll be fine.
And of course we know, Acting President, that at many of those meetings there were very, very few attendees for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is a lack of awareness. A lack of awareness of the community about this legislation, how it would affect them, and about these workshops themselves being actually held. And so what we found was that as a consequence of that, when we attended those workshops and put questions to them about, you know, this particular farming practice or this contracting, earth moving, all that sort of thing, they hadn't considered those things. They hadn't thought about those things. And so we encouraged them to try and get more people to attend those workshops, and unfortunately it didn't seem to happen, and certainly the legislation, the regulations were released at the 11th hour despite promises that they would be done early in 2023. You know, we tried to assist in trying to salvage something at the last minute from this legislation, that is the opposition. We had asked for additional educational workshops so that those who would be required to use the legislation actually would have a chance, Acting President, to understand their obligations. But, you know, we were dismissed again as, it wasn't needed, it wasn't necessary. And in fact, until some of these matters were raised by the opposition, Acting President, I don't think the Minister had even questioned the department's strategy for the sessions, the education sessions that might be rolled out, or even the level of concern that I talked about. I don't think the Minister actually had considered that. I don't think he fully understood what was happening out there and how the department had planned to roll out this legislation. And, you know, we saw education session after education session added at the end, but that was creating a huge amount of further pressure on a department that was already stretched, trying to simply develop the regulations and the guidelines and so on at the very last minute before the Act came into being. So that really didn't help, and just added to confusion in the community, especially when people would attend, you know, different sessions would be held, and the same questions were asked by different people at different sessions, but they all got different answers. So confusion was rife in the community, and unfortunately that really comes down to complete mismanagement of the implementation of this legislation, complete mismanagement by the Minister and the government, and unfortunately that's resulted in a great deal of concern and a loss of faith in the government by the community out there who are going to be affected by this new legislation. So we saw the bill nursed along by three different ministers, Minister Wyatt, Minister Dawson and Minister Booty, nursed along in consultation phases until the Juukan Gorge disaster occurred, and no one in this Parliament would condone the outcome there in terms of Juukan Gorge. That was a disaster. It should not have happened. And of course, we all share a responsibility to make sure it couldn't happen again. But what I think occurred as a result of that, Acting President, was that behind the scenes there was a drive to protect the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs from ever having to sign another Section 18 application and ultimately therefore being responsible for the destruction of Aboriginal cultural heritage. That is what the Minister does. They put their signature on the bottom of those Section 18s, which then provides the consent for destruction of Aboriginal cultural heritage. It was clear that the system that was being set up was trying to shift the government out of the firing line effectively. The Minister may say otherwise, but for a party that presents itself, Acting President, as the only one for Aboriginal Western Australians to trust with their vote, it was a disastrous situation politically and most certainly for our state's heritage. The rush was on to finalise the consultation and to get the legislation to Parliament for debate. Now, others, Acting President, have reflected on the way the debate occurred on that 2021 legislation and the way it was rushed, hurried, under the guise of, don't let another Juk and Gorge happen. The government absolutely rushed it through, which meant that, of course, the opposition had limited opportunity to get briefings or to consult widely on the particular legislation. But nonetheless, we did our best. Or to consult widely on the particular legislation. A number of members have reflected on what we said at the time during debate, and we all said, looking at the Hansard extract of some of the comments I made here, and that was about clarity and about the need to ensure that the regulations that were developed under this new Act would be fit for purpose, would be widely consulted and endorsed by the community long before they were actually implemented. In short, Acting President, the devil was always going to be in the detail, and that detail took forever to be produced. And I cannot understand for the life of me why, despite repeated calls and questions asked by myself in this place and others in this place and the other, why the government would not simply delay the implementation and get it right, instead of just hammering through and forcing this on people when it wasn't ready. So we know the regulations were developed under pressure and in haste, and in consultation wasn't done as well as it could have been. We were often the department at several briefings were admitted that people did not understand fully the regulations of the old Act or the intent of the new Act and how it was going to operate. That doesn't really seem like the appropriate environment to come up with regulations and rules to go forward. It wasn't particularly useful, and the regulations, as I said, were released extremely late. In fact, during the latter half of last year, when I briefly held the Aboriginal Affairs portfolio as Shadow Minister, I did ask a number of questions of the then Aboriginal Affairs Minister around that regulatory and consultation process, as well as the funding model for the local Aboriginal heritage groups, the LARCs. And every assurance was given that the consultation was going to be wide, it was being wide-ranging and far-reaching, and that everyone would be well aware of it, and everything would be in place, all would be smooth sailing for the 1 July 2023 implementation. The LARCs would be resourced, they'd have the funding they needed. I was asking those questions not because I wanted to, make a point or write a media release. I was asking those questions because those people in the community.
Well, it does seem as though it's going to take some time to hear from WA Labor in response to this. I wouldn't have thought that there would have been many more that would rise to speak. I guess we haven't heard from Shane Love in relation to, we won't hear from Shane Love in relation to this today because he's not in this place. But yeah, so we'll just see how it goes. I am going to just monitor that because, like I said from the outset, I'm particularly interested. We know, this is at the point that the government have already committed to repealing it. Just what they're going to say in relation to the appeal and perhaps some of the amendments that they're trying to push through in relation to the current, the 1972 Act. So I can still see comments coming through on YouTube and Rumble. Facebook seems to have dropped off, which doesn't surprise me. That's the normal, I guess, shadow banning of Facebook. That's what they do, just to ensure that streams like this just don't get out. The only way really to prevent it is either stop and start, which I won't do because that'll impact on the rest of it. But yeah, thank you for those that have commented, that are still watching. I guess the beauty about a stream like this is that you can jump in and out whenever you like to hear and watch as much as you like. I guess, of course, you can go to the WA Parliament page yourself, but having comments like this and being live streamed does make it, I guess, more interactive with those that might be watching, you know, by themselves. So, yeah.
That the decision to revert to the original laws draws on legal advice from the Solicitor General. Now, the Leader of the Opposition in the other place, Acting President, certainly asked the question whether that legal advice could be shared, despite there being precedents of, and other examples of where that sort of thing has occurred. No way was that being shared. This government's very keen to say they are transparent and accountable, but you know, they point that out from opposition.
Now that's a very good point that I believe that he's raising there, and that is that, well, we know that the government, the Labor government, Mark McGowan, said they are very keen to implement a gold standard of transparency, and it's been nothing but a gold standard of secrecy. But if the Attorney General has received advice that that this is a bad piece of legislation, that it warrants appealing, then one would have to ask the question. The Attorney General here in Western Australia is John Quigley. Where has John Quigley been in relation to this? I mean, surely, you know, the top lawman in the state of Western Australia, that it shouldn't get to a point that a piece of legislation needs to get out and the public point out that it's not workable, and it's a bad piece of law, that he then says, well, yep, this is a bad piece of law on further advice that he's received. That advice should have been called for during those either joint select committee hearings or independent committees, or calling for public submissions, you know, from all areas, that they can table the legislation, table the regulations, and call for public submissions. And had that been done, I would feel that you know, they would have arrived at this conclusion before it went, and politically managed a lot less damage.
This government created is quite laughable, really. So we are coming from that, Acting President, with a degree of cynicism in regard to the new bill, the repeal bill. And of course, the repeal bill that we are dealing with in this place is Bill number 125 bar 2. Now, bar 2, Acting President, would indicate that that bill has been amended since it was introduced in the other place. And of course, only a matter of days after the bill had been introduced in the other place, the government brought a significant number of amendments forward to that legislation. And already we've seen this, get the bill in, oh, wait a minute, we've missed this, we've forgotten that. What else has been forgotten? What else haven't we got right? What are the consequences that might occur from rushing yet another piece of legislation? We need to get this stuff right.
So the government hasn't learnt their lesson.
We need to get past this whole idea that things need to be done in a rush. And so again, you know, here we are with a bill that's been amended since it came in because the government realised there were things they hadn't included. Having said all of that, I'll talk a little bit about the bill itself and what it does. Obviously, it repeals the 2021 Act, along with the regulations, guidelines and all associated aspects of that failed legislative framework, and that's a significant, that in and of itself, despite being a very small part of the bill.
So this is a good part here that I guess it's the first commentary that I've heard. He's actually going to break down and talk about what the bill does, repeal the Act, and then let's look at what Labor is trying to slip in place into the old Act.
Opponents and native title parties will have the same right of review, which was not the case under the 72 Act, so that change is a good one. The Premier has call-in powers on decisions deemed of state significance, And when a Section 18 has been approved, there is now a requirement for the owner to notify the Minister of any new information about the site subject to the Section 18. The Cultural Heritage Council, it's been referred to earlier today, the Cultural Heritage Council that was established under the 2021 Act will actually now take on the role previously executed by the Aboriginal Cultural Materials Committee. And I think the Honourable Peter Collier had some questions for the Minister, which hopefully we'll get some answers to in the second reading reply. And that committee will provide recommendations to the Minister on the approval or otherwise of Section 18 applications. There will be a removal of gag orders which constrain traditional owners. That's a good thing. The government states in its media statement on the 8th of August that there will be no requirement on everyday landowners to conduct their own heritage surveys. I certainly would like to make to have absolute clarity from the Minister on that statement. There are no exemptions under the 1972 Act for any class of project or proponent or landowner, as every landowner is equal. So, you know, is that actually the case? The larks, which were not ready and never were going to be ready for the 2021 Act, won't continue. The government have advised that support will instead be provided to existing native title groups, including the relevant prescribed body corporates, registered claimants or native title representative bodies to improve capacity. I'd like some clarification from the Minister on what funding announced for the implementation of the LARC. So the funding announced, I think it was $10 million. There may have been some more after that. How much of that's been expended? Will the new model require any of that funding or new funding? And if any funding has been provided under the 2021 Act, will it be returned if it has not yet been expended? The government's also indicated it will commence a long-term plan over the next 10 years to undertake heritage surveys of unsurveyed areas in high priority areas of the state with the consent of landowners. That isn't in the legislation, but it would be good to make sure the Minister provides some clarity as to how that's going to work, how it will be prioritised. Will there be particular areas that would need to be done first? Who's going to do that sort of work? You know, will there be a consultation process around determining the priority for that? And where and how will that data be made available to the public? In what format, I guess? And do owners have any right of refusal to, or landowners have any right of refusal to those surveys? I would also like the Minister to reflect on the comments in the media statement in the 8th of August that Section 18 processes will be strengthened, with these changes mainly impacting miners and government whose work most impacts cultural heritage. So, to be clear, this legislation has the potential to impact every landowner because there's no exemption. On a comment coming through on YouTube there, Kelly's talking about they can change the name of the Act and the provisions of the Act all they want, but they can never change the dumbass traders. Now, not how I would put it, but I understand the point that Kelly is trying to make there, and I'll just bring myself back up on screen, and that is that. Yeah, you know that you've seen in both the upper and the lower house in Western Australia, you've seen the backbenchers have been very, very silent on this matter, and they will be knowing that you know, very soon. I think March 2025, Western Australia comes back up for state election. They will be knowing that that their seats will be coming back up, and these are things that people will remember. And of course, because it's not finalised, as you will know, it's not even repealed. And then we need to see what the government's going to do. You've already heard the parliamentary debate talk about what will the government do in relation to the Water Act, because the waterways is where they see an impact of Aboriginal cultural heritage. Also the Environmental Protection Act, and these Labor backbenchers simply being told to toe the party line, but at some point their minds will be starting to think about re-election and saving their seats,
is what they will be thinking about.
We raised issues at those education sessions that were held, was around the costs of cultural heritage surveys and so on, and a number of people wanting to do the right thing. A number of landowners just simply stood up and said, I just want to get my whole farm surveyed, how much is it going to cost? No answer could be provided, no time frame could be provided, so there was a lot of questions around that. And whilst the 2021 Act has been replaced with a different schedule of fees, that Act wasn't actually consulted with industry, and it was confirmed, in fact, through questions, that it was a unilateral decision of government to pursue the particular model, cost recovery model chosen. Apparently the new fee structure...
Still tuning in, Terry, as I see from Queensland, yes, save their asses. It was again interesting that with the Kill the Bill, that we did a number of doorstops, and we did want to bring you some footage in relation to that. We still sort of got that. Some of it was quite hectic as the members of Parliament come into Parliament. It's a massive list, a lot of names and faces, and the team there did exceptionally well to try and identify who they were, so that I could go and make an approach and ask them for comment, and let them know that we certainly know who they were, and what seat they held, and what portfolios if they were in a ministerial position. There was one Labor member who did his absolute utmost, again to be clear, in relation to the Kill the Bill. When asked the question, are you comfortable that police have powers to use whatever force is necessary without a warrant to break into people's homes to check the status of their stamps? And that's what I'm going to say in relation to that. Because using those particular catchwords becomes more and more prone to censorship, that he did everything to elude himself from answering the question, so much so that he started walking down the road, crossed the street, walking the road, made out as though he was on the mobile phone, and whilst I was walking shoulder to shoulder with him, asking him for comment, his phone rang. So he couldn't have been on a phone call, because he was talking on the phone and sort of, I'm on a phone call, and then his phone rang. Absolute gold. But of course, the footage, you'd probably get a little bit seasick watching it, because it sort of take off and he was moving at quite a pace, and Clayton, the cameraman, was having to do his utmost to keep up. But they were the sort of scenes, that Labor backbenchers, you're very, very uncomfortable, and you can see that they know that this is not popular, yet they're pushing ahead with the party line. So perhaps I might just bring this back up, and I'll drop my audio, phase my audio back out. And whilst they're just going, I'm hoping that it will transition so that we can actually hear from the Emergency Services Minister to see what he is going to say in relation to this bill, the repealing of this bill. But I might just, in the background, just have a scour and see if I can find you just a little bit of that footage. And as a filler, I'll play that.
Is allayed, and we hope certainly that the government really is keen to get this right, to not suffer the consequences of the failed 2021 Act, and to actually listen to the concerns of not just the opposition but the community, and make sure we do our best to protect cultural heritage, at the same time as not creating the fear and angst that we did in the community. And with that, I'll leave my remarks there, Acting President.
I give the call to the Honourable Brad Pettit.
Thank you, Chair. In the few minutes I've got left, I will start my second reading speech on the Aboriginal Heritage Legislation Amendment and Repeal Bill 2023. And I want to start by reading from Never Again, which was the inquiry into the destruction of the 46,000-year-old caves at Juukan Gorge in the Pilbara region of Western Australia. Now that very important inquiry, in its interim report, made a recommendation. That recommendation, which was number 2, stated, and I'll quote it in full, that the West Australian Government replace the Aboriginal Heritage Act 1972 with stronger heritage protections as a matter of priority. Any new legislation must, as a minimum, ensure Aboriginal people have meaningful involvement and control over heritage decision-making, in line with...
Now, not to drown out Brad Pitt, there we go, this way, yep. So this is this is a Greens member here in Western Australia, and I must say I was about to bring you a stream about 6 weeks ago where Brad Pitt right here was seeking to introduce a ban to prevent new gas connections in homes in Western Australia. Now, there's been many things touted about the reduction of gas or the reliance of gas and coal-powered fired gas stations. But here in Western Australia, the Burrup Peninsula up north is an incredibly rich resource of natural gas. And Western Australia, thanks to previous Labor Premier Alan Carpenter, has put in a protection mechanism for ensuring that I think it's 15% or thereabouts of the resources of gas in Western Australia is reserved for the people to use. So, you know, there is an abundance of gas up north which can be piped down, and Brad Pitt right here sought to introduce a bill that he wants to ban gas connections in new homes. That's the Greens for you right there.
Do have also some reservations that we are trying to have this debate in perhaps one of the most important weeks, a week in which obviously we have a very significant referendum, perhaps the most significant referendum in a generation.
Order, member. Members, noting the time, I'll rise into the ringing of the bells.
Okay, so it looks like it's probably a tea break there. We'll just keep an eye on that. That might be the case, or ringing of the bells. Yeah, whether it's because there was no division, I guess, or no vote on that. But I will just keep an ear on what's going on as I've been doing. But as you've just heard, then one of the parting or last comments that the Greens member Brad Pitt was saying is that, you know, he's sort of questioning the time that we're having the debate, or the WA Parliament's having the debate on the repeal of the Act. Now, that's a timeline that he could have well gone into Parliament after, or not long after the government, the very next day that the government announced that they would be repealing the Act, and say, you said very shortly, Minister Booty, and hold him to account. Unless Brad Pitt has been getting on his feet on a regular basis to bring forward debate on this issue, then I just really, I just feel that his attack, if you might call it that, of the WA government about this week, and one of the most important weeks, well, that may be the case, on a federal issue, but this particular issue is an incredibly important issue for West Australians, and Brad Pitt is in the West Australian Parliament. Whilst he might be aware of what the voice referendum would be seeking to achieve, and would potentially have an impact in Western Australia, he'd be very much out of tune, because the polls are suggesting Western Australia is definitely going to be a no vote, and that is from information I've gleaned from the polls. But not only that, as a Greens member of Parliament and a member of the Greens party, his position on the voice is to support the voice if he's taking a traditional Greens position on a federal level and even a state level. So yeah, a little bit confusing with his rationale there. I'm just going to cut back to see what's happening. Graham's saying, you know, do they listen at election time? Yes, they do, because they do know that's their seats. I'm just going to, while I do that, just bring up and have a look at the Parliament website in terms of what's on the agenda, just to confirm if this is a tea break. And if it is, I think on that note, I will be ending the stream, but we'll just... we're just trying to see what the agenda is saying. What I might do is just bring up some other footage from 9 weeks ago, because I just might have to go back behind the scenes to look at the other feed of the parliamentary debate, because on here it just is auto scrolling, so I can't actually work out what it is. So let me just bring up this one, which will bring up this one, which will bring up that one, and let's press play on this.
And they got booted out in 2017 and didn't quite get it through. And a new minister came in, and Ken White, and they revved it up and rewrote it. And then we had, he left, retired, Junker Gorge happened, Dawson came in, revved it up again, and then we got another minister come in, Booty, spoke today, and he was responsible for writing the regulations. And he's an academic, and he's written 3 books on Aboriginal stuff. And so he revved up the regulations. And each step, it got further and further from the real world of what was actually going to be workable. And they struggled to actually consult properly. And so when they eventually dropped the regs on the industry, only 3 months, 2.5 months before due start date, we just looked at it going, this is unworkable. So we started making a lot of noise, but it's been caught up in the voice debate. The Libs and Nats have been too quiet, and it's been a lonely campaign to actually get to where we are today.
And I guess lonely, if you look back to a 30,000 signatory petition, there seems to be more company with your loneliness in that journey. That wasn't enough for the government to listen to. And we heard, what did you think of Tony Buttigieg today saying that we did not intend to cause the harm that this...
Yeah, look, they are eating humble pie. You know, this is a huge backflip. It is very embarrassing.
Yep.
They have been told from Canberra to get this off the front page as a result of the voice debate going pear-shaped. They've been told by their backbench who are in marginal seats, who are looking like they're going to lose seats, to get this off the front page. And you got a new Premier who's going, my future is not secure while this goes on, because the problems were so fundamental. They were going to have week in, week out an article in the paper of an overreach of someone claiming heritage or costing, a farmer or a small landholder a lot of money for very little outcome.
You mentioned Ben Wyatt and the ex-Labor WA Treasurer, who's now holds a non-chief executive role for Rio Tinto. how much of the tarring WA farmers with the damage that Rio did to Dukem Gorge, how much do you think that has had? Do you think that's fair?
Look, the bizarre thing about the Rio exercise is they had approval, they had a Section 18 approval, they had approval from the government to blow that gorge up. Rio could have defended themselves much more vigorously, but they panicked. They sacked the CEO and paid him out millions of dollars, and they apologised profusely. But they were legally entitled to do what they did. Now, if the government, had to wear some of that responsibility, so Rio overreacted, the government overreacted, and then it snowballed out of control. And to
Okay, I'm just going to pause a little moment there. It does, from the website, it looks like they are breaking for tea, which I think on that note, I will probably just end the stream. But having said that, the point where we're at right now, and I'm just going to bring this up in the other, in this one. This is the one that I want, and I want this one back here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, and I'll just make sure the audio is all tickety-boo. Because now I can't remember this gentleman's name, but he is part of I think it was Graziers and Pastorals, or it could be the WA Pastoral Association, and it was a very interesting comment. I remember this at this particular point because it started to rain at the time, but the point that I wanted to just draw your attention to, and I might just back it up just a little bit and then play again, is that he talks about there was a Section 18 approval to do that blasting. So it's not as though Rio Tinto actually knew that the gorge, the cave wasn't there. They knew that the cave was there. And that was always my understanding before I actually spoke to this gentleman on the day. Again, this is footage that you're seeing there from 9 weeks ago, that the cave wasn't completely destroyed. Some of the blast heave, instead of projecting one way, it went the other way and it overspilled in towards the gorge. So it wasn't totally destroyed, and also it wasn't without government's knowledge. And as we've already heard in the other vote there, in one of the other speeches there, that the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs here in Western Australia, Tony Booty, he signs off on that. He would have known all of that. And let me just bring up the audio on that, and I will just press play.
They had a Section 18 approval. They had approval from the government to blow that gorge up. Rio could have defended themselves much more vigorously, but they panicked. They sacked the CEO and paid him out millions of dollars, and they apologised profusely. But they were legally entitled to do what they did. Now, if the government, had to wear some of that responsibility, so Rio overreacted, the government overreacted, and then it snowballed out of control. And to the extent that we were down to arguing about the security of people's property rights in their backyards.
Incredible how we got there.
Well, none of this was going to protect, or identify sites of Aboriginal heritage. One of the things we were saying is, 7,000 farmers overseeing 18 million hectares of land. Most of it's been cleared, the ground's been disturbed, we had cattle and sheep wandering around, or been ploughing it and farming it. If you want, the heritage sites are invariably on top of the hill, where there's a granite outcrop, and there's trees, and we can't farm it anyway, we can't clear it. So we're happy to protect it. Or it's the creek lines, which we can't farm. So we're happy to protect it. We just want security and certainty over the rest of it. We kept saying to the government, go and identify the sites, but let us, you can protect them, but let us keep doing what we've been doing on the rest of it. And eventually the penny dropped, and they announced today they will do a survey. And said, why do we have to pay the $10,000 or $20,000 to do a survey? It's a state asset for the community. You protect it. You identify it. away we go.
I think that's great insight. So what you're saying there, you know, that the rock outcrops, which, you know, that's where spear tips are made, that's where they do their law, that's where they do a number of things. You know, to take machinery in there, you wouldn't do it because the cost to you would be too much damage. It's isolated already within your paddocks.
And under the old Act, you're not allowed to destroy Aboriginal heritage. And we sort of know. We know, where they would have camped. We know where the rocks, we know what's important. It works out. The interesting thing with the mining guys, they've been digging up also the rocky outcrops, the interesting bits, because that's where they found the minerals. So that's why the heritage under the old Act was focused on them. It was a simple solution, but they just couldn't bring themselves to sit down with us and have a discussion.
Can I ask, have you had any of your members that have outlaid significant you know, costs since July 1? And now, has there been any talk? Will they get a refund from the WA state government?
Everyone's just gone into a holding motion. They haven't gone ahead with their dam construction or the new fences or putting a shed in because there's been so much noise in this. And we've been saying, and the fact the LARS didn't exist, there was no one to go and negotiate with. So the bureaucracy have been madly looking for people to come and actually work with the Department of Heritage. The whole system wasn't geared up. So even if people were prepared to actually go and do a survey, there was no one to talk to. So they were not ready for it. People were prepared to write cheques, but probably, fortunately, the government backpedalled in time to save everyone a lot of money and grief.
It is going to start chucking it down. We might start moving under the cover. As we move there, I'll just ask you, do you think, I've just got to come back to my question here. What could you say to those people that live in the suburb that, the people would take this as we're just stuck under as a victory, but it's not over? How can they offer their support? How can the public that are in the metro area offer their support to WA farmers?
Well, the number one thing is to stay engaged and stay interested, because this has an impact on our entire future, the mining, the subdivisions, the property, the cost of housing into the future, the cost of food on your plate. We're all linked into this. We all want to protect heritage. We all need a workable system that's not going to benefit just a few. So how do they best, stay engaged? Because governments will do the right thing if they know they're being watched. And that's probably the best feedback I can give.
Yeah, and today is a classic example of that. And disappointing, I guess, to hear 30,000 signatories wasn't enough. And that since the announcement in the West Australian on Saturday, there was radio silence until today.
Yeah, look, it's typical government, trying to control the messaging, trying to get in front of, obviously, the rally we'd called. And obviously a lot of people felt, when they heard the media announcements over the weekend, problem solved. Look, until we see those amendments, the black letter law, we don't know where we're going to end up, because the old Act has still got a whole range of problems in it.
It's incredibly onerous.
That's right. So big swags of Perth, the whole Swan Valley, the whole Avon Valley, the Gascoyne, Carnarvon, parts of the southwest are marked on the heritage map. You can go online and see it. You can't mow your lawn without ministerial approval under the old Act.
Under the old Act.
Under the old Act. So somehow they've got to work out how they're going to get around that. They haven't shared that with us, so we will wait and see.
We'll wait and see, and let's hope that they don't weaponise the old Act and take a vindictive approach.
Well, if they want to enforce the old Act with the full force of the law, they'd basically shut down the state. The old Act's also, the penalties are 20.
Say that again.
Well, you can shut down the state. If you, we've had that, the first real case, which is the 2J, going ahead, culvert over a farm.
We spoke to John here
right.
earlier today.
That's right. There's thousands of these culverts across little creeks across the state. If the government's going to prosecute every single one of them, because you can't just pick one and ignore the others, then force people to pull them out, and that's just a little bit. That's under the old Act. So the fine's only 20 grand, but if they change the fines with to the new Act's regulatory fines, which start at $1 million and go to 10 million, we're in all sorts of problems. So we really until we see the detail, we don't know.
Yeah, and it's not just the fine 20,000; it's the personal toll. I can't believe, having heard John's story, that he's putting on such a brave face, because to mount a challenge against the state government in relation to this would come at a significant cost to him, no doubt.
It's going to cost him $200,000.
To defend.
That's right. He's got a reasonable case, because in the old Act, if you didn't know, they'll say, hang on, you should have known because you're a councillor for decades, you're a real estate agency holder, you have been dealing with the government and the law, so you should have known. So, interesting test case. But if the state government now sends a letter to everyone who's got a property which has got heritage under it, there's no excuses. You won't be able to mow your lawn.
Well, there we go. I appreciate the comments there. Thank you very much for that. And the wind's picked up and the rain. So there we go, live comments. A question there, Clayton?
Some people just want to thank you for your service.
Oh, no, thank you. Cheers. Appreciate that. So ending the live stream. Hello, your name?
You. Felicia.
Felicia. Hi,
Yeah.
Felicia.
Okay, so there we go. Just some footage there, and I'm just going to switch this back around so that you can see what's going on in the background there. And there we go. Nope, and we want this one right here. Where are we? Just so that you can see that it is still a break in Parliament, a break for tea. I think on that note, 4 hours 45 minutes for the stream. I was hoping to bring you some of the debate from Labor, more so not debate, but in response to the messaging that the likes of Stephen Dawson and Sue Ellery would have been drilled to spew out in response. But for those that have watched the stream, I can still see, I'm just going to minimise and just do a quick run through, that there is a number of you on Rumble watching, so thank you for jumping in. Of course, you can go back and rewind and play when you like, depending on what stage you join the stream. There's still some watching on YouTube. And on Facebook, I can see that there's a number of you watching there as well. Facebook, the comments have dried up, which is nothing unusual. That is just Facebook trying to ensure that a stream like this doesn't get out. They're choking that in terms of the ability to share and comment. But for those that have shared and commented to date, thank you very much. And yeah, I will be keeping my finger on the pulse in relation to this. I do want to bring some of the response from WA State Labor. And until then, I am working on a stream which I may bring you either later tonight, once I actually just have a little bit of food and probably recharge, or perhaps tomorrow morning. Keep an eye out for that stream. I am doing a breakdown on Mark McGowan's not 4 but 5 jobs. Mark McGowan's 5 jobs that he is has now done for somebody who stepped aside abruptly. Mainstream media will say suddenly, but I think abruptly is a more fitting word, that said that he was too tired and exhausted to serve the people of Western Australia. Yet he's gone on and taken not 1 but 5 new jobs, and yeah, I'm going to. I've got about 90% of it prepared. I'll probably just maybe finish the last bit off tonight, see how I feel. If not, tomorrow, a stream on that one that's just going to give you a little bit of a look at some of the roles and how they've potentially come out. So for now. Myself, Lindsay from Freedom Media WA, thank you very much for joining this particular stream. This has been a live stream on the debate in Western Australia Parliament, looking at the repeal, which many people thought had in fact happened. That's the messaging mainstream media have been pushing out, the repeal of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. Wherever you may find yourself on the East Coast, you're 3 hours in front of us. It's just 6:22, so it's going to be 9:22 over there, well and truly into your evening. And yeah, thank you very much for watching and commenting. Enjoy the rest of your evening.